En unos instantes va a iniciarse la transmisión. Les solicito a todos los que van a hablar que por favor solo habiliten su micrófono y su cámara cuando les corresponde y cuando les inviten a hacerlo.
In a few seconds, we will start. In a few minutes, in fact, and please only activate your cameras and microphones when you are asked to, and when you, of course, want to appear or speak. Webinar is now streaming live on Facebook. If you want to hear in English whatever is being spoken in Spanish or Portuguese or French, you have to press the English button.
Les pido paciencia, pues todos los Facebooks que hacen las transmisiones al español, inglés, francés y portugués tienen que empezar a transmitir. Ya está la transmisión con audio original, pero faltan las otras transmisiones. Les pedimos unos minutos de paciencia. Todas las páginas tienen que empezar a transmitir.
Meanwhile, can English be heard? Can somebody or other people who can hear in English, could they please put it up in the chat so that the interpreter can read it? Work well. I suppose that's an answer. Yes, I can hear in English. Thank you. Thank you.
Un saludo desde la Repama, aquí Mauricio López, solo para confirmar si nos escuchan, ya está aquí el
Just to confirm if you can hear me, Cardinal Barreto is connected now, and he will also share his audio contribution. Good afternoon to all, and good evening in other regions. This is Cardinal Pedro Barreto, and I'm present here with you.
Muchísimas gracias, Cardenal.
Thank you, Cardinal.
Vamos a iniciar en breves
We will
minutos.
begin
Estamos esperando la
very
conexión,
soon, and we're just waiting for the connection
por francés, inglés,
and
español y verificando
transmissions
todas las
by
plataformas
Spanish,
se encuentra transmitiendo.
French, and Portuguese, and verifying that all the Facebook pages are on.
Links y les pedimos
So I have
nos ayuden
been sending the links and verifying whether they are
Pedimos, por favor, que
available.
habiliten sus micrófonos.
Please do not turn on your mics. Keep them in mute. We are making a test to see if you're receiving, if people are receiving it via Facebook. Please collaborate.
Verificando si están ya correctos los live streams.
We're verifying whether Facebook live streams are ready. In a couple of seconds, in a couple of minutes, we'll begin the transmission. As you can see in the chat window. Thank you, Pablo. I will disconnect for a moment then, because I'm in a work group right now, and I'll come back in a couple of minutes with a confirmation from Cardinal. And well, let's start the transmission. I hand over the floor to begin this event, the floor to Medino for the ceremony of opening this first World Assembly for the Amazon. Good afternoon to all, brothers and sisters from the Amazon Basin and the world. This is the World Assembly for the Amazon, facing extractivism, genocide, wildfires, and the omission of governments. We raise our hearts to summon this assembly. We first of all ask permission to the spirits of the Amazon to give us wisdom and valor to work in this fight together. We're opening this great World Assembly for the Amazon. We are brothers of the Quichus from Ecuador and the Aitaca community to begin this great World Assembly for the Amazon. Roberto, welcome. Roberto Cerda. You have your microphone in mute mode. Hello, brothers. I cannot activate my audio and video. If you could help me, please.
Está activado tanto el audio como el video.
Both video and audio are activated.
Hermanos, buenas tardes.
Brothers and sisters, good afternoon. I greet you from the Ecuador, Amazon. We will start a very big calling from all Amazon, from all the spirits of the forest, of the rivers, of the mountains, of the sky, of our cosmos, with the power and the knowledge of our wise people and our legends and our wise women. And we have our wise woman, Sabia, who will help us purify this world, this assembly, to all the brothers. We give you the welcome. We welcome you, and we will enter the ceremony. Thank you for the opportunity to share our centuries-old wisdom and the power of our forest.
Mundui tukuy kawsaqmunkunapi yanapay chacho kay ñukanchik mikunawa ayakunawa sacha urkumanta sumaq ushaywa shamushkanchik kuna kaypi sacha ayakuna pankakuna tukuy sumaq kay muyukuna sacha muyu kaywami ñukanchik kawsayashka munduy miñunawa tukuy miñukuna ñukanchik samaypi sumakta tarpurishka napichikunara ashkara kan kayta ñuka yanapayra mañangaranmi yanapay tukuy intiru atun mañaykuna kankuna tandarishkapi kay kushniwa kay ushaywa sumakta yanapashka ñukanchik mundu kawsayra sumak puyrasha tiyankawa kayta ñuka sumak kushiwa ayakunawa kushnikunawa sumakta pichangarushkani kankuna tandarishkashka Kuchamanda, Pachamanda, Sachamanda, Yuramanda, tukuy ushaywa entero mundopi sumakta uyarichu kay cierto kikin acha ñukanchik kawsaypi sumakta nishka chaymanta ñuka arimasha kaypi rikuchinkarushkani sumak yuyaywa Sacha warmi shituka verde sacha mandami miño semilla wacho sacha muyo semilla wasumata chusumakta taligari shamari sumak mi muyuna ayakmanga situra waisawara yanusha sumakta mi charinga sumakta mi charisha Ashkara mi mañani pachamama yanapay ungay gunara tachimachi sumakaya mangawa sumakta urkumanda samaywa pachamama samaywa sumakta chuhimasha Karan sumakta Gusuta churikusha Sumak karisha Kachang Musaiwa Munduta chumuyuti shabari shabari. Toma, toma, tomaita, toma, toma, tomaita. Nya kaygunawa sumaktan gusura harimekuna ñuka kaygunara sumak muyurishkawa entero mundura tukuy wawanakpi rukunakpi tukuy rukunakpi sumak kushiwa ampirishka entero mundupi yanapay chapukuna ima tunu yanapayras karan kuchupi ministisha manishkara muyugunara tarpungawa sachar kuirangawa ñuka kuirasha tiashi sachara sumaktami valichini ayakunara tarpungawa ñukanchi yanapayra apukunara atun llaqtakunamanta mañani tukuy wakindu munduwa napi ñuka kay wara cuentaringa ñuka takinga ñukchikan versianga raushkani napi wawawuna shami paya chilla payaw kay waytari pay chiwaytari ña chari kan payashi ña kay payawna rikunkichi payawna kastarasha kawsanami kaygunara rikuna riki palanda lumuk chiyguna tukuy kay tapi paya kay ushaywa pacha mamara kuna kaybi kaya sacha llaqta upinga rawshkanki paya pagrachu ninki pagrachu uktalla upi ña rimay pagrachu pat mami ña kan paya upi ña kasnarashi yachana mangichi ruku kawsayratina mangichi tukuy wawunara tukuy kari wawa warmi wawa wangurisha shukla yuyayra riksisha katingawa napi ñuka takiringarawshkaña sachamanta warmika verde sacha warmika aita kalla warmika sacharami kuyrasha yakurani kuyrasha urkurani kuyrasha ayakunara rapasha gusutani kushiwa ayviga yachayan sachamanta verde sacha mamaka gusutani charisha tomasa chayani ñuka purishka sachara amayanga cuentasha charin.
Eso ha sido nuestra apertura de ceremonia para dar la purificación.
This has been our opening ceremony to purify the whole world from the high Amazon in Ecuador, from our wise woman, Maria, from the sector of Altaicase, from us to all our brothers and sisters in the world. Salutes from the white woman. Thank you, brothers and sisters. This has been the opening ceremony on the part of the brothers and sisters of the Quichua Itaca community of the Amazon of Ecuador. This has been presented by the organizer of COICA. This way, we open the great World Assembly of the Amazon. Thank you.
Listo, Pablo. Seguimos.
Ready, Paulo? Do we continue? With this great opening ceremony, the emotion brought to us from the Amazon forest with the strength of women and wise men. we, self-summoned, all of us, we who want to become Amazonized, get together, add up to love each other, and we answer with our strength to the shouts of the people from the earth. And together, in a great path, we say that it is time to Amazonize. Less blood, less tragedy, for a good living together, and for the self-determination of the peoples and the full life of the forests, the rivers, and the air. With this forest, we begin now the very first World Assembly for the Amazon. And in this opening act, we have the voice and words and expression of three of the network organizations that get together with many other organizations to build this path, this great act to Amazonize in defense of the common house, the planet Earth, to all living persons. We know that from the people of the Amazons come the guide to us, but we know that only us will not be possible. We have to get together and strengthen. For this opening act, we will have the voice of four people, in fact, who represent the three organizations that have begun this path, uniting and inviting the others. We have Gregorio Curabao from Coica, Cardinal Pedro Barreto, Jorge Pan, Emerson Luz Mary by Osba. Each one will have 10 minutes to show their expression, their emotion, and their commotion in this path, which we get together in for defense of the Amazon and wherever you are. In this path that only begins now, but really begins with great emotion and great wisdom that comes from the Amazon. So I invite Gregorio Mirabal, who is from the people Huequenay Puricaco. Gregorio comes from Venezuela, but presently lives in Ecuador. He is the general coordinator of COICA, who is the coordinator of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin, with representation in all the Amazon countries. Gregorio, please, you have the floor. Gregorio, please. Here we are. Salutations to all of you. Greetings to all of you. Well, I'm speaking from... Am I speaking alone or is everybody hearing me? Please, Gregorio, open up your camera so that we might see you.
Gregorio.
Yo solo voy a habilitar la cámara. Más nadie.
Right back up.
Adelante, Gregorio, ya estás en línea.
¿Estamos en prueba o hay que hablar ya?
Can I speak? Gregorio says, we're live. You have 10 minutes to speak. Please, Gregorio. Brothers and sisters from the whole of the planet, from the Amazon basin, the indigenous Amazon,
desde la Coordinadora de Organizaciones Indígenas de la Cuenca
from
Amazónica
COICA, the coordination of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin, and with the power and the sacred summoning of the creators of Mother
de
Forest,
los espíritus sagrados de la selva,
on the part of the sacred spirits of the forest, from our grand forefathers and foremothers.
luego de hacer un grito
We are here after
de la
having
selva,
launched a shout for the Amazon, for the forest.
y ahora hemos llegado
And this shout comes from the Amazon, from the forest. And we have gotten to this World
a unir
Amazon Assembly to
a los gritos
get together
de
and
diferentes
to
voces
unite with the shouts of different
de
voices
diferentes pueblos
coming from different peoples
que convivimos
that live together
en la cuenca amazónica.
in the Amazon
Nos une
basin.
el dolor,
We are united by
nos une
the
la
pain.
emergencia,
We are united by the emergency and the hope and the rebellion.
y en esta asamblea,
And in this assembly,
luego de 24 horas
after
gritos de la selva,
24 years of
venido
screams
caminando desde
from the
la selva
forest, we
para
have
unirnos,
walked,
a
coming
crecer
from the
por
forest
la Amazonía
to get together
para fusionarnos
in this World Assembly of the Amazon, for the Amazon,
desde diferentes
to
caminos
meet, coming from different
en
paths,
la búsqueda
in the
de un
search
presente
of a
y un
present
futuro.
time and a common future, which is life itself.
Hoy estamos
Today,
aquí
we are here
para mostrar nuestras diferencias,
to show our differences. We are not all the same.
para demostrar la riqueza de la
We are
diversidad
intercultural,
de
just
la
to
selva
show
amazónica,
the importance of biodiversity
también
of
de
this
los
Amazon
descendientes,
region, but also the diversity of its peoples, and not only the indigenous peoples.
para hablar también
Also, we wish to
de
talk
nuestros pueblos en aislamiento voluntario,
of our voluntarily isolated peoples who do not want to speak, who do not want to know
de
anything
otro mundo,
about this other
en
world,
momento,
which
está
at this
enfermo,
time is
este mundo
sick.
que en este momento
This world
está
that
en
at
crisis
this time is in a
política,
crisis, a
económica,
political
social,
crisis, which is also social, economic,
y los entendemos
economic.
perfectamente. Tienen toda la
And
razón
we
de
understand them.
estar en aislamiento
They are
voluntario
fully
en este
righteous
mundo,
being in an isolated
este modelo de desarrollo
isolation, because in this world, in this model for development,
solo
here only
pequeño
a very small group
toma las decisiones por la
makes
gran
all
mayoría.
the decisions for the great
Hay una
majorities.
extrema pobreza,
There is extreme
pero hay
poverty
una extrema riqueza.
and there is an extreme wealth
Y estamos
as well.
aquí para buscar
And we are here
entre todos
to seek among all of us the
que
balance,
nuestras voces,
and that our voices,
nuestras luchas,
our
nuestro
acts,
destino
and our
sea
struggles
mejor.
and our destiny
Nuestro
becomes
presente sea
better,
mejor.
all become better, so that our present time becomes better.
Estamos de luto por una pandemia que se ha llevado a nuestros abuelos, a nuestros
We're
padres,
mourning
familia.
a pandemics that has taken our
Pero a pesar de eso, el mundo no quiere
grandfathers and grandmothers. But even then, the world does not want to wake up.
y en este momento
At this time, precisely,
nosotros también decimos
we
que
also
otras
say
pandemias,
that there are other
el
pandemics,
racismo, la xenofobia, la exclusión, la pobreza, la
racism,
miseria,
xenophobia, injustice,
pero estamos aquí
and poverty. But we are here together,
juntos,
and we will begin together
porque nos
to,
une
because we are united by the dreams, the
el
hopes,
pensamiento
the utopia, and the thinking at short and long term,
pero que es posible
that it is not easy but it is possible.
Estamos aquí
We are here
porque más allá
because beyond the disease, much beyond having been able to have food, and much, much beyond the possibility of writing and speaking, we want
vivir
to live
espiritualmente,
spiritually.
queremos vivir una vida
We want to live a full life, a good life
que respete la naturaleza.
that may respect nature.
Queremos un modelo, queremos un diálogo.
We want a model. We want a world dialogue with those who make decisions, with the peoples, that this model for development might be consulted, because this model prefers the forest to be destroyed, that the rivers be contaminated. They prefer also, the model itself prefers to destroy the forests to extract oil and gold. They prefer to bleed the Amazon and their people. We do not want our natural riches and cultural riches may serve only to take oil, gold, and benefits to the countries that are so-called developed. We need to sit with these governments, with China, Europe, Russia, North America, but also with our own governments, to avoid this pandemics of a lack of dialogue and lack of actions. We see that there is lack of will, and we need there to be will to sit, talk about the Amazon. Nowadays, our cosmovision, our proposal to have a standing forest, a forest that might heal the humanity with their sacred plants, that can nourish humanity with organic foods coming from the forest. This right is being denied of us. And all they want to do is to continue to impose a welfare based on oil and gold, uranium, that does not stay in our communities, does not stay in our countries. It goes for the welfare of others, and they leave to us mercury and their diseases and our rivers in a contaminated way. And so we ask ourselves nowadays, if the forest disappears and the climate rises, the temperature rises, oceans rise, cities disappear, and we're all going to burn. Is that what we want? Is that what humanity wants? We say no. We need to sow millions and millions of trees. Protect the river as you protect your family, your wife, your son. Protect the mountain so that we can breathe fresh air. That's what we want, but we cannot do that alone. We have to do it together. That's why we unite today in this World Assembly for the Amazon, to raise awareness, to promote actions. And we need all of you. Without any discrimination, without any distinction of a race or color of skin or culture or language. Amazon needs us, our people need us, and we need all together, and we are obliged from today to begin this path, this struggle, this battle for the Amazon, and say enough. There has to be a balance in the planet. There is cultural, social, and economical. We need this balance today more than ever. Brothers, sisters, welcome all of you, brothers and sisters, to this World Assembly for the Amazon that comes as a shout from the Amazon. But we don't want this scream to lower its volume tomorrow or after tomorrow. We want to continue to shout that let this World Assembly for the Amazon does not finish in a mere speech, mere words, and mere rituals, sacred rituals. Let these sacred rituals begin to walk, begin to speak, and begin to mobilize the awareness of the planet, and that actions may begin without ever denying the high-level dialogues that might be had among continents, among the models that they are facing nowadays. A dialogue from the different sectors of the world, because we don't want to continue with the silent war, this silent war that is killing us all, morally, spiritually, and physically. But we need this dialogue among all of us. And we are expecting for those we are waiting for those who might warrant peace in the world and welfare in the world. We are waiting for those who are telling us what the paths are for solving the planet's critical problems. But where are they? We do not want a planet without the voice and the participation and consultation to the indigenous people. Enough of a planet without the indigenous people, without the forests, without the mountains, and without life. Welcome, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Gregorio, with the strength of your denunciation and with the strong hope and the force of those who have resisted for 500 years, and with the resistance of those who do not stop fighting, with the courage of resisting. The Amazon people, together with the rivers, the trees, and the flowers, not one tree less, not one drop of indigenous blood. Each one of these lives for a construction of a new time. The logics of capitalism is now genocide, but it is also suicidal. It's not just the death of the Amazon and the indigenous peoples, but it is the death of the whole of the planet. That's what we are struggling against today. As Gregorio said in the beginning, this is the beginning of a path where we are all called to become Amazonized and become part of the Amazon and answer to this scream with our perseverance, our trust, with our presence, and with our resistance. I now invite Cardinal Pedro Barreto to make his presentation. Dear Cardinal Pedro Barreto, who is the Bishop of the Huancayo Assembly in Peru and Vice President of REPAN, the Church Network of the Amazon, a friend of Pope Francis, and a fundamental person in the construction of a synod for the Amazon, as a friend and a brother of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon. Welcome, Cardinal Pedro Barreto. It is a joy to receive you here, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. I am very happy to be able to participate in this World Assembly for the Amazon. After hearing Gregorio Mirabal as president of COICA, I would like to continue with this thinking, bringing the affection of our brother Francis, as is called by the Amazon peoples, as he's called by the Amazon people. And he has sent this proposal. They have sent this proposal. We want you, we like you, Brother Francis, because you like us. You have invited us to Rome to participate in the synod about the Amazon that happened in October last year. Doubtlessly, we are carriers of this affection, of the solidary presence of the Catholic Church to the original people of the Amazon. We have to hug each other mutually because you are the generators of hope for the world, because you have, since your forefathers, you have the privilege of living in this bioma, in this living ecosystem, which is one of the lungs of the world, which all humanity has to care for. Now, in the pandemics, we all take care of our lives and take care of with our lungs, because it is precisely a virus that comes into the lungs and asphyxiates us, kills us. And in the history of humanity, this virus of egocentrism, extractivism, and lack of respect for the human person has corroded the Amazon in its nature and has destroyed with a genocide, irrational genocide, with the Amazon cultures and the original people. Nevertheless, life is much stronger than virus. The 1,000-year-old Amazon culture has known ways to overcome these harming attacks coming from egoism of those who came from the outside to take away natural resources and taking them for personal enriching. And that's why the Catholic Church, in its social doctrine, manifests that this present-day system, which is based on technocracy, has its positive things, yes, but it is a system that excludes and kills and leaves outside the people as the original people of the Amazon. And that's why the Amazon people have their mission to give a lesson for unity and diversity, for the welfare of everyone. Nowadays, it is demanded of all of us to give an answer, a discerning answer, but also a unified answer for a joint action regarding the great challenges that are faced nowadays by us around the Amazon. These challenges not only have the capacity to unify us all under a single cause, but also helps us to feel that from diversity we can become rich. And cultural diversity is not a threat for unity. It is possible to be unified, to make a joint action right now, not tomorrow, and thus search for the credibility of humanity and to become protagonists of this social dream that Pope Francis, our brother Francis, has communicated to us in this document, precisely titled Dear Amazon. Amazon is a mystery that we cannot understand, but we can receive with humility and simplicity. This mystery of the enormity, the greatness of the Amazon, of this nature that is not only vegetation, but is also a living ecosystem that helps us all, regardless of a nationality or culture. It is 9 countries that configure this unit, that is a monolithical unity made by this Amazon ecosystem. And the greatness of the Amazon does not come from the point of view of the nature that purifies the air, which is very important for humanity nowadays. And therefore, it is the humanity together with the Amazon peoples as protagonists that have to assume the responsibility of taking care of this life and this ecosystem that God has given us all. So I would like to tell you that this ecosystem and this geographic reality circumstance of the Amazon is not only a mystery, but also a drama that has undergoing since a long time ago, that has undergone genocide and an ecocide that is being lived through nowadays, even more in the time of the pandemics, because the Amazon is continuously being deforested, is being logged, even with this irrational thinking of devastating this wealth of nature. But it is also a dream to work very much unified and having a unified action, a joint action, not only to take care of life, but also to take care of nature. It is the moment now that the Amazon people, unified in a common project, can really collaborate with the world nowadays for a sober, solidary, and above all, sincere way to respect the human person, respect the cultures, and also respect our nature. Myself, on behalf of the Church Network of the Amazon, also feeling together with our brother Francis in Rome, because Rome has Amazonized in the month of October. And we have had a summoning for thinking that the Amazon is important for the world and the humanity is expecting in a serene and efficient way and in a solidary way an answer from the original people of the Amazon for the welfare of the whole of humanity. Gregorio Diaz Mirabal has said, no more, enough of an Amazon that is invisible to humanity. Since October last year, together with our friend Francisco, with our brother Francis, we have launched the Scream for the Amazon, the Scream from nature, the Scream from humans. Amazon is no longer invisible. We have to act together to make the fact that the Amazon is not only a view, but also the subject of a global action, a worldwide action. So I suggest that this World Assembly for the Amazon also be an assembly of which the conclusion, or one of the conclusions, be that the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, the original people, should summon a global assembly to all the original people of the world, because the original people are the ones that have the wisdom, which is coming through their cultures and also through the wealth of their life, of their sober lifestyle that is in harmony with nature. So this proposal, I'm doing it on behalf of the Church Network of the Amazon and on behalf of our brother Francis, because just as much as this was a World Assembly of the communities of peasants in Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia since some years ago, why not make a World Assembly of the original peoples of the world. This is our wish and our commitment, the Church's commitment, as was asked in the synod by their brothers of the Church. The Church is an ally of the Amazon, and we live with you, and God is on our side and at your side too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cardinal Barreto. It is a joy and an honor to be together here in this moment, which is not just a beginning, but it is a fundamental moment for a decisive step to deepen this articulation. In this pandemics, we have had a deepening of genocide and suicide. But this pandemics tells us that death is not going to have the last word. With the resistance of the indigenous people, we will continue. That's why we're here. Even though we have a pandemic going on, we are here. And regardless of the pandemic, we are here saying that death will not have the last word. And this project for death that generates total destruction of dreams and projects of all men and women, those who are here and those who will come. Death will not have the last word. Each one of us will be part of the construction of an alternative for a welfare world. And to close this opening moment in which we heard Koika and IPAM, we now invite the Pan-Amazonic Social Forum, and we will hear Wemerson, who comes from Brazil. He's from FOSM, Brazil. He is a popular educator, multicultural, and works in permaculture as a form of resistance and civil disobedience, a way to say no to the economy that kills. He will share his 10 minutes with colleague Rosemary Panchi, who is indigenous from São Vicente Copan, of the Amazon forest, and she defends human and environmental rights. She belongs to the COMPI Association and presently is a member of the special instance of indigenous peoples in the National Coordination of Indigenous People in Colombia. Wemerson and Mariluz will share these 10 minutes, and with this, we finish the opening of this assembly of ours. Good evening, Wemerson. Thank you. I ask my colleague Rosemary if she doesn't want to begin the speech. So, perfect, yes, please. Hello? We hear you. I cannot activate my camera. Well, there it is. Welcome. I fraternally greet, as on behalf of the San Vicente de Caguan community in the department of Caquetá, south of Colombia. I'm Luz Mary Panche from the Pasa people. And I'm very glad to be able to participate today in this great World Assembly for the Amazon. A join together, a get together for the Amazon, not only for the Amazon, but also for the whole of humanity in the planet and the pluriverse, because the Amazon is the meaning of life. So I here thank you. We are participating with a Pan-Amazonic Social Forum that has made this exercise of getting together all the countries of the Amazon to speak of all the situations that are so complex that we're living through by those who live in the sacred territory. I'm very glad also, with the permission of our forefathers, to be able to share with you these words of reflection now that we are here in what we call pandemics around the planet. And for us, it is a solitary call by our Mother Earth so that we stop in this crazy race we are on to be able to rethink our lives. Because it seems that we're not going the right path. It looks like we've chosen the wrong path, in fact. And also, in this stopping, we can also say that we can stop and think as being the humanity, if we really want to continue existing in this planet, or are we really up to destroying it? In this reflecting, we can say that there are several pandemics that has taken us and that have held us in this critical situation. Since 527 years, we have bore this slavery, not only indigenous people, but also the peasants and the Afro-descendants, who are also part of this planet. In this same way, these pandemics come from the exploitation being imposed by this economic model. And here I also want to launch a thought about a religious ideology that has brought the extermination of the people. I also think we have to be very sincere among us. We say, well, up to what point can we reach with this situation when children are being killed by undernourishment? And this virus that attacks us, what this virus is telling us is that the ones who suffer most are the less nourished people in the planet. Here, we do not get food, we just fill our stomachs. Those who are dying are the ones that are dying. We are some people who are responsible for this, and they're flesh and bones. They're right here. Here, they really exist. Here, all the peoples of the world, the original peoples of the world, have to become aware of this. This is the extermination of life. This is the extermination of the planet. And that's why we say that the Amazon exists in a dignified way. And the Andes also is dignified, and the plains of Altinoquia, because these peoples are the origins of life. So we are using this space of the World Assembly for the Amazon to make this brotherly call and say that the capitalism that has been enslaving us, and that's enough. We have to make a cultural revolution, a spiritual revolution, an economic revolution that also has to have results. And we hope this comes in short term, because we do not have time to revert the situation. I think it is important to have this space so that we hear one another. The oil that is taken out of the Amazon is contaminating our rivers. The mining that takes place in the Amazon is contaminating with mercury our rivers, and our elderly are being eliminated, and our women are being affected in their health. So we have to make a stop and say, wow, universities have to dedicate their research to change this energy producing model that is deteriorating life. And this is a task of all. The church, from their pulpits also, the universities, to change this economic model that attacks us. The church cannot continue to be a money laundering and an awareness laundering office. Our children who are dying from malnutrition and hunger. People are dying for drinking contaminated water. And we cannot be blind and dumb. The soft drinks and sugar also poison us. Thus, my colleagues, responsibility is ours for this to change, for each one of us, for us to get together in the territories to change this model of economy. This model for development is not the only one that exists. And the pandemic is telling us that all the states have failed, the governments have failed, the education models have failed that are imposed as they are imposed in countries. So let's go towards, we're going towards the crisis. So we have to put us back in the right path. We have to go back to our origins. We have to rethink ourselves. Economy is not just accumulation of material goods, but to privilege the spiritual development and the flowering of the blossoming of the human being. So we have to recover the condition of being human beings and no longer be slaves by the material goods. We have all the possibility of putting up a different economy that conserves Mother Earth, the clean rivers, and think of other models of cities in the Amazon and in the planet where we might become human beings again. That's the call that we want to make. Out with the petroleum and mining of the Amazon, hydroelectric powers of the Amazon, and welcome for alternative energies. Welcome to communitary economy of the territories, and let's get together to think of life. This is not a fight between left and right. This is a fight for the defense of the territory and the life, and the indigenous people are up to make all the changes from the personal, familiar, and collective lives and make a summoning to all the women of the world, more than 50% of the people who inhabit this planet, so that we make this demand for the defense of life and for the living territories. Thank you. Thank you, my colleague. Going back to the womb, yes. And Emerson, 2 minutes only. I thank you, Mary, Gregorio, and all those who have spoken before us. From Brazil, I would first like to his audio is inaudible. I want to denounce and to point out that the responsible government for the ecocide, ethnocide, and homicide in indigenous territories and the Pan-Amazon. But I want to especially denounce the government of Bolsonaro in Brazil, especially to denounce to the world this government. The World Assembly of the Amazon against extractivism that is becoming more serious during times of pandemics, and indigenous people who have been suffering from this for so many years. Nowadays, we are Amazonized. I am Emerson Santos from Pan-Amazon Forum, an event that rose in 2000 after the World Social Forum. And 8 editions of it have happened, and this congregates 9 countries, and we have a dialogue in 9 countries. But it's not 9 countries that are divided by territories. There are 9 countries that are united through the rivers and through their what they call, some call borders, but we don't call them borders. Bolivia, Peru, Suriname, all the Amazon countries have no borders for us. There is no border for the social forum for the Pan-Amazonic region. There are no borders for us. The river or the rivers unify us. Forests unify us. The peoples unify us. Afro-Amazon peoples, women, the riverside people, they are united by the social form of the Pan-Amazonic. So we got together here in the World Assembly for the Amazon because in our process for FOSPA makes a calling for life. Cuilcah, Replan, and Fosca are integrated and united in this assembly because of the summoning to life. Cuilcah, Replan, and Fosca are Amazonized. They are builders of communities and societies. FOSPA, within their principles, organizes and unifies. We have a dialogue in networks. Translation excuses in English because there is a problem in the speaker's audio. The Pan in Pan-Amazonic is not separated by countries. It is unified by countries. It's the other way around. And that's why there is a whole thing here. So the Amazon is a whole, and that's how we think of it. That's why we are able to be builders of communities. And we through an intercultural communitary education proposes to the world to take care of life. We, women, men of Pan-Amazon, have unified voices, and that can be a tremendous scream in the world. Pandemics at the present time is finishing thousands of lives, but what's coming ahead is even worse. The virus of hunger that has been killed many people will kill many more. Our character is propositive. It is integrated. 1 minute, please, because you have 1 minute. Our territories are paths for life, and we need governments that are communitary governments, self-government. Our diversity in the Pan-Amazon makes this invitation to the world to become Amazonized, to become builders of communities and societies of welfare, of well-being. And this organization inaugurates, coming to its 9th edition that will happen in Colombia, in Putumayo. We inaugurate an event called FOSP, Moving Ahead, with more than action initiatives, 11 action initiatives to integrate the communities, and that will be shared in this World Assembly for the Amazon. And that Replan and Cuilcah continue to scream together with Afro-Amazons, with peasants, so that we can all be constructors, builders of communities for the well-being. And we are thankful. Thank you, Emerson. Thank you, Gregorio and Cardinal Pedro Arrito, Emerson Rosemary, Mary, whom with their force and knowledge began the World Assembly for the Amazon. It is the beginning of a process of a marriage for long-term in defense of life and in defense of the forest. A call for all of us to become Amazonized. Thank you very well. Natalia, please. It's your microphone. Thank you, Moema. Thank you to all of you. For me, it is a pleasure to be here today with you. I am Natalia Green, and I'm Vice President of SEDEGMA and also Executive director for the Association of Rights of Nature. It is an enormous pleasure. I would like to thank COICA, FASPA, and IMPAM to create this marvelous assembly. This is a great opportunity to hear all and for collective action for the Amazon. I will facilitate this assembly, this session. We have 9 Amazon countries that we want to hear, each one of the voices of the Amazon countries with their respective representations. Therefore, their participations will be 5 minutes per country, some with video and some with presential presence of the people from panelists who are here. And hearing all the voices of the defenders of the Amazon, I give the floor to Bolivia to present a video regarding the situation of the Bolivian Amazon. Ahead, Bolivia and Paula. Brothers and sisters, we come from Bolivia to add our voice to yours and to thousands of other beings of Mother Earth that are expelled or burnt under fire. Millions of hectares were burnt in the worst ecocide of the last decade in our country and Amazon in general. This year, we are in maximum alert by the government, the present-day government, together with the parliament, without approving the punishment. The government, the transition government, takes advantage of the pandemics to foster agro-industry to give continuity of the previous government of Evo Morales. Now the new authorities try to introduce illegally new events for transgenic GMO seeds. This would convert Bolivia in the second most variety of GMOs after Brazil. This is a total violation of the political constitution of the state, indigenous rights, human rights, and rights of the Mother Earth. We are sons of this earth, and we do not want a mentality of war in our food and our territories. To this plan of death, we have the authorization for the importing of eucalyptus as forest planting that threatens biodiversity. The expectation of exporting meat to China and the production of agro-fuels at the cost of our forests, nations, exploitation of gold proliferates and narco traffic too, and hydroelectric agendas are in all the parties that compete for the next elections. The death by COVID-19 is going on in the indigenous people, among the indigenous people. And the authorities have us in an abandonment. And now there is a plan for hundreds of millions of dollars to capacitate agribusiness that invades the country and the pockets of the Bolivians. We are here to say that the pandemic is a systemic disease generated by eagerness to produce money by the present-day system. The lag between rich and poor is bigger and bigger. Extractivism in the Amazon are shouting, we can't breathe, we cannot breathe. Women have been put in front from the Central Assembly of the Indigenous People, and we're trying to discover the original medicine that permits us to save several lives. Young, adult, and girls, young adult women and girls are increasing the cases of violence. We come to the World Assembly for the Amazon, and we are convinced that the permanent mobilization can save this essential region for the life of all the species of the planet and the humanity. We are sure that this encounter of multiplicity will sow seeds of change. It is necessary to abandon extractivism and strengthen the care, creativity, the ethics, and ancestral knowledge to continue to reproduce life and utopias. From the Amazon, we call you to reinvent ourselves as a humanity because we need to do it right now. We summon you to boycott this colonial system that is imposed by transnationals and governments of the world that are in charge of rivers of blood, indigenous blood, and African blood. The transgenic or the NGO seeds in Bolivia are also, together with the gold extraction, are venoms for Bolivia. And the import of our products are only devastating forests and strengthening oligopoly. We can survive in many ways, but not without our forests. From the Assembly of the Forests and the Life, and from many fronts that were self-summoned, we commit with this alliance to detain ecocide and genocide, violence and extractivist plundering come with the pandemics. Brothers and sisters, without the Amazon, there is no future for humanity. It is now or never. Thank you, Bolivia, for this great video. And now we will hear the intervention of Sonia Guajajara. She's with the PIP, and she's telling us of the serious situation in Brazil. You have 10 minutes, Sonia. Welcome.
Olá, Zané Caruca.
Hello.
Buenas tardes. Boa tarde. Muito obrigada por essa oportunidade de estar aqui participando desse grito pela Amazônia, nesta grande assembleia que se faz tão necessária e urgente. Nós, povos indígenas do Brasil, estamos vivendo um momento dramático por conta da política genocida do governo Bolsonaro, que desde sua campanha já se mostrou como um grande inimigo dos povos indígenas. E de tantos ataques, de tantas situações que a gente já vinha enfrentando, todas essas situações de conflitos se acentuam ainda mais com esta pandemia. E eu quero começar falando dos casos confirmados, registrados pelo movimento indígena, entre os indígenas confirmados e óbitos. Dos 529 casos de óbitos já acontecido no Brasil, 479 estão na Amazônia brasileira. Dos 16.057 indígenas infectados, 12.212 estão na Amazônia brasileira. Já se somam 134 povos indígenas contaminados. Desses, 113 estão na Amazônia brasileira. Por mais que nós indígenas já estamos entre a população mais atingida pela Covid-19 no Brasil, a Amazônia brasileira ainda é a região que apresenta o maior índice da gravidade, com indígenas mortos e infectados. E por que esse número é tão maior na Amazônia brasileira? Por conta da falta de estrutura de saneamento básico, por conta das invasões aos territórios, a entrada ilegal de garimpeiros, a entrada ilegal de madeireiros, a entrada ilegal de missionários que insistem em fazer contatos com povos indígenas que vivem em isolamento voluntário ou povos de recente contato. Por conta da grilagem das terras, a grilagem das terras públicas, como foi nos últimos dias aqui, a tentativa de legalizar essas invasões em terras públicas por meio de medidas legislativas. Então, é um momento muito delicado. Estamos muito preocupados
very
com a
much
morte de
concerned
nossos
with the
anciãos,
death
a morte de
of
nossos
our elderly,
tamuis, que são
the
nossos
death of
avós,
our Tamuis,
que são
who
os
are
nossos
our
velhos.
grandfathers,
A
are
morte
elderly.
desses
The death
velhos
of
está
these
muito
elderly
crescente.
is growing
E quando
very,
morre
very
um
much.
ancião,
And when
quando
an
morre
elderly
person
tamui dies,
a
when
nossa
a tamui
cultura também
dies, our
enfraquece,
grandfather,
porque
our
são
culture
eles o
also becomes weaker
alicerce
because
da nossa
they are the
identidade,
foundation of
o
our identity.
alicerce do nosso
They
modo
are
de
the
vida.
foundation of
E
our
quando o
way of
nosso
life.
modo de vida
And
está
when our way of
ameaçado,
life is being
a
threatened,
biodiversidade também está
biodiversity
ameaçada.
is also
E se a biodiversidade está
And if
ameaçada, o
biodiversity is
planeta
being
inteiro
threatened,
está
then
ameaçado.
the whole planet
Então, esse
is
grito pela
threatened. So
Amazônia
this scream for the
precisa
Amazon
conectar todas
needs to
as
connect
vozes e lutas
all the
coletivas
voices and collective
contra esse
struggles
modelo econômico
against this
altamente predatório,
economic model that is highly
altamente
predatory,
opressor e
highly
centralizador.
oppressive and centralizing.
Precisamos juntos encontrar
We need
estratégias
Together to
para
find
enfrentar
strategies to face
esse projeto de
this
mineração,
project for mining,
esse projeto do
this
agronegócio,
project for agribusiness,
esse projeto das
this
hidrelétricas.
project for hydroelectric
Precisamos
plants.
juntos
We
apresentar uma
need
alternativa
together to present an
ao
alternative
mundo,
to
uma
the world,
alternativa de
an
produção,
alternative
uma
for
alternativa
production,
sustentável,
a
uma alternativa que
sustainable
valorize
alternative
os
that would
modos de
value
vida e
the
as
ways of
iniciativas
life and the
já
initiatives
adotadas,
that have already been
realizadas
adopted
pelos povos
and
indígenas,
executed by
pelos
indigenous
povos e
peoples,
comunidades
by
tradicionais, pelos
the peoples of
extrativistas, pelos
traditional
ribeirinhos, pelos
communities,
quilombolas.
extractivists, quilombola,
Enquanto
and
não houver
riverside
esse
peoples.
diálogo com esses setores,
If we don't have this
nunca
dialogue
nenhum lugar do
with
planeta vai
these sectors,
alcançar
never
a
in
sua
any
meta de
place of the country
sustentabilidade.
will reach its
Se não houver
sustainability
esse
goals.
diálogo,
If there
nenhum
is
governo do mundo
this dialogue
vai
does not exist,
alcançar a sua
any
meta de
no government in
reduzir
the world
os
will reach
efeitos das
its
mudanças
goal of
climáticas.
reducing their
Se não houver
their
esse
climatic
respeito
effects. If
aos
this
direitos
respect
culturais,
to
aos
cultural
direitos territoriais,
territorial
qualquer
rights,
proposta
any proposal,
é
then
passível de
any proposal
desconfiança, é mentira,
is subject to
porque
suspicion,
não há
to
como
being a lie,
conter as
because there is
mudanças
no way
climáticas
to
se
contain
não
climatic change
houver o respeito
if there is
aos
no
direitos
respect to the
territoriais, aos
territorial
direitos
rights,
marítimos,
to the maritime
aos
rights,
direitos socioculturais
social cultural
dos povos e
rights
comunidades
of the
tradicionais.
peoples, the
E é por
traditional
isso que a gente
peoples
se
and
soma
communities.
a
That's why
esse
we
grito
add to this
para denunciar
scream
essa
to
política
denounce
destrutiva
this
da
destructive
agenda
policy
genocida do
of
governo
the
Bolsonaro.
genocide
Governo que
agenda
está
of
impedindo
government Bolsonaro.
que a gente
A
fale
government that
que há
is
genocídio
keeping
em curso no
us
Brasil.
out of saying,
governo que
even saying
nega
that there is a genocide.
A presença de
A
indígenas
government that
que não
denies the
estão em
presence of
áreas
indigenous that are
demarcadas
not
pela União. Como
demarked
exigir
or
que nós
marked areas
estejamos
that were
em
marked
áreas
by the Union?
demarcadas se o próprio
How can they
Estado
demand
brasileiro
us
não demarca
for
nossos
us to
territórios?
be
Inclusive,
in
este governo
marked territories if the
é
government doesn't
proposta
mark
ainda
our
desde
territory?
sua campanha
So this
que
government
nessa
has a
gestão
proposal
não haveria
since
um
its electoral
centímetro
campaign
de terra
says
demarcada
that there would be
para indígenas.
not one
E
more
agora,
square
uma
centimeter
outra gravidade
for
são os
indigenous
povos
lands.
que vivem em
And
isolamento
the other
voluntário e de
seriousness is the
recente
people
contato.
who live in
Que
isolated state
igualmente
or
têm seus
recent
territórios
contact,
invadidos,
recently contacted
têm seus
people.
territórios
They have had their
ameaçados de
territories
serem
invaded.
entregues
Their
para
territories
as grandes
have been,
empresas,
given
para as
to
grandes
big
mineradoras.
companies and
Esses
big
povos
mining
que poderiam
companies.
ser os
These
mais
peoples
seguros
could be the
nesse
safest
período de pandemia.
peoples in
São os
these
povos que estão mais
periods of
ameaçados por
pandemics,
conta das
but
invasões.
these are the ones that are
É
mostly
importante
affected by
dizer
the
que
invasions. It is important to say
a contaminação do coronavírus
contamination
chegou nos
by
territórios indígenas
COVID has reached
por alguns
indigenous
fatores.
territories
O
because of
primeiro
some factors. The
foi
first of them
levado por
was
agentes do governo
taken
federal,
by
pelas
agents of the
equipes de
federal
saúde
government,
e por servidores
health
da CESAI e
teams
por servidores
of
da FUNAI.
CESAI and
Chegou
servants
nos
of
territórios,
FUNAI.
nos territórios
we've come
indígenas, nos
to-
lugares
it's
mais
come
distantes,
to
mais remotos,
indigenous territories in
onde
the
há
most
inclusive
remote
presença
places,
de povos
where there is a
isolados e recente
presence of
contato,
isolated and
levado por
recently contacted
militares
people taken by
e
military
levado
personnel
por invasores,
and taken by
como é o caso de
invaders,
Roraima,
as is the case of
que
Roraima,
onde há o maior índice de contaminação é uma área também onde tem o maior número de garimpeiros ilegais. Na terra indígena Yanomami, que já se somam 20 mil garimpeiros ali todos os dias, além de degradar o meio ambiente, levando o risco de contaminação. Inclusive, tem já confirmação de que mulheres de militares entraram entregando materiais, objetos e ainda fazendo maquiagem nas crianças e Yanomami, lá em Roraima. No Parque do Mucumate, no norte do Pará, o vírus chegou também por militares. Já no sul do país e no centro-oeste, o vírus chegou levado pelos frigoríficos, pela Friboi, e vários outros setores comerciais onde os indígenas foram obrigados a trabalhar. E na maioria dos territórios indígenas, chegou mesmo pelo desmatamento, onde, enquanto nós estamos orientando o isolamento social, enquanto nós estamos orientando a quarentena, os invasores não tiram a quarentena. E nós entramos agora com uma ação por descumprimento de preceito fundamental no STF e conseguimos uma vitória histórica, onde o STF determinou ao governo Bolsonaro que mesmo depois de apresentar 16 vetos a um projeto de lei para construir um plano de enfrentamento dessa pandemia aos povos indígenas, o STF determinou que se pudesse cuidar dos povos em isolamento voluntário de forma específica e criar esse plano nacional de enfrentamento à pandemia dos povos indígenas. Então, nós estamos aqui para afirmar que nós estamos vivendo um genocídio que já está em curso, um genocídio permitido. Estamos vivendo um ecocídio por falta de políticas efetivas de proteção ambiental e estamos também vivendo um etnocídio. Um etnocídio, porque nós estamos tendo nossos territórios negados. E quando não temos o território, não podemos também viver a nossa cultura. Então, essa luta é agora, é urgente. Não temos mais tempo para esperar. Nos juntamos ao grito pela Amazônia para dizer que essa luta é nossa. E vamos juntos em defesa da Mãe Terra.
Thank you, Sonia. Very beautiful to hear you, and there's a collective voice in the chat that says, out with Bolsonaro. Thank you for that very interesting chat, and let's continue to Amazonize. Now we hear Julio Lopez. He's the director of LOPIAC in Colombia. Julio, we hear you. Can you hear me? I don't have a camera. Yes, we can hear you, Julio. You have 5 minutes. From Colombia, we want to begin our voice from here, from the Colombian Amazon. First, we want to say that we are against contamination of the colonization of forest exploitation, extensive beef industry, and the deconstruction of lives in the Colombian Amazon, of poaching, mining, both legal and illegal, narco-traffickants, and the construction of dams, monocultivation that more and more want to make to dig the grave of the indigenous people in the Colombian Amazon. The indifference with which the indigenous people have been treated in Colombia wants to be denounced here. We denounce the laws and the policies that violate Colombian Amazon. We also want to denounce racism that exists against indigenous people. All the indigenous that do not think as the national government thinks, as the big politicians of Colombia think, and as the company owners think We, the indigenous, cannot advance if we do not think like them, because we become guerrilla fighters, subversives, and we don't want to think according to what the policies and norms of development are taking us. We want to propose also that in a coordinated way, as was said by the representative of the Catholic Church, we want there to be a coordination among the indigenous peoples, coordination with all the indigenous structures, both basic but also national and international. We cannot continue to be invisibilized. We cannot think of the Amazon alone as trees, waters, and stone, carbon, and oxygen. No, we have to think that we should be left alone as the main actors, the main stakeholders, so that everybody who wants to interfere in the Amazon will meet us and coordinate with us. This is a call that we are doing for the world, because we here have to advance. Otherwise, the Amazon will become invisibilized, and the problems that we'll have will not be solved. We are the indigenous peoples who have reached, we were able to reach a harmony between nature and human beings. And we want to tell the world about the science, this wisdom that was left to us by our forefathers. Thank you. Thank you, Julio, for this interesting talk. And everyone is becoming Amazonized. We have a representative from Ecuador, and we want to get together with mourning. A directive has lost his father, and he is mourning, and we want to be together with him in this mourning by COVID. So I'd like to show you what's going on with the COVID and around the world. Ecuador faces several mortal viruses that we can overcome. In Ecuador, as most of our countries, extractivism and deforestation are other pandemics. Also, they're the life of people, cultures, and also the life of rivers, lagoons, forests, fish, and many other beings. In our equatorial forest extraction and deforestation is worse than COVID. We have more than 500,000 people here. Ecuador conjugates Andes and the Amazon, hosting a great biological cultural diversity in very few square kilometers, and it's characterized by several different climates and hydric wealth. Our Amazon has suffered the extractivist model. Now the voracity of agro-exporting companies and mega mining companies. The coronavirus, the COVID, has revealed the abandonment of these people. Violence, genocide, and poverty, migration, precarious education, corruption. In July 2012, there is a record of 2,000 COVID cases in the Amazon. Provinces of Orellana and Pastaza were the ones that were most affected. That's where non-contacted people and recently contacted people. But through solidarity, these peoples are resisting. During quarantine, when there was the slogan, stay at home, the extractivism machine, together with state power, advanced in the Amazon at full blast. Extractive activities did not suspended during the pandemic. So there's no surprise that on the 7th of April 2020, the breaking of 3 oil ducts with a very nasty effect on rivers Coca and Napo, affecting 27,000 inhabitants. So they had 2 emergencies, not only COVID, without being able to use water to wash and to fish because their plantations are also contaminated. So we had a long delaying of processes for help, and the communities were very much affected during the pandemics. And also with a demand, there was an advancement of a new road 4 kilometers long that gets into the Yasuni primary forest park, getting dangerously near where isolated people live. Taking advantage of the exception state where people cannot make use of their rights, such as resistance and social mobilization, laws were approved against the environment and in favor of palm oil industry. Military people were called to defend the decrees to regularize previous consultation, and they had webinars to promote mining at great scale as a fundamental pillar for the reactivation of the economy. In this time of pandemics, it's also an opportunity that it is urgent to go to another paradigm that talks about life. Even though deforestation has advanced during the pandemics, extracting products such as balsa, our countries, there is the growth of the fact that our antivirus is in the forest and the forest should be protected. It has permitted us that the society may reflect of what will be the future of humanity after the pandemics. The existence is at risk not only because of this virus, but also because of the climatic collapse and having gone over the planetary limits. Ecuador is the first country in the world to acknowledge constitutionally of the rights of nature. It summons all the people of the world to ensure these rights. There is an international court on the rights of nature for the Amazon, and the actions of boycott may become real. Instability of climate, instability of life on the planet is very important, makes the Amazon very important. The synergies and solidarities and the collective articulation have made it able to stop illegitimate debts and the establishment of taxes for those who have enriched illegally. And alternative economies, alternative to extractivism, may blossom, impulsing renewable technologies, alternative transport, sustainable tourism, production, and local enterprises, fostering local economies and economies for life. We can see that the Amazon region has blossomed with their peoples and their preservation of forests, establishing a form that is different in the world, and that we all live interconnected. The main proposal is that from our own initiatives as indigenous peoples, defending the struggles for self-determination, then our life plans and the defense of our territories may lead to the moratory to extractivism, suspension of extractivism, and destroy fossil fuels consumption, valuing life over the earth and not the resources under the earth. And that organizations and countries listen to the message of Mother Earth and are able to act in time to restore, to conserve the forests and clean the rivers that are the most biodiverse rivers in the Thank you for that video. And now we are together with this proposal to leave mineral resources and fuels under the earth where they belong. Now we see the video from Peru prepared by IDESEP to share the situation of this country. World Assembly for the Amazon. Peruvian report. Enough. More than 10,000 indigenous have been contaminated and 300 have died. The people's rise for sanitary emission. Emergency and mobilization platform for the indigenous people. Demands to the Peruvian state from IDESEP and its 9 regional centers. We need medicine to ensure communal promoters with materials and telemedicine, to strengthen an intercultural communal health system that is permanent and not occasional, to delay extractivism to avoid ethnocide, to cancel any absurd intention to apply a previous virtual consultation and respect free, informed consentment, protect the peoples in initial and in isolation and initial contact, to ensure the intangibility of their territories, to ask a mission from World Health Organization and Pan American Health Organization, indigenous Amazon of Peru, facing the state incapacity to execute the plan of indigenous Amazon to take out 200 years of exclusion and cultural racism. Emergency and mobilization platform. Demands of the indigenous Amazon women. The pandemic has revealed abandonment and exclusion for the indigenous people. Facing this threat to exterminate our communities, these are our demands. COVID-19 pandemics have deepened the breaches, the lapses between in the indigenous people, especially the women. This comes with the proposal of the bonus women. Food sovereignty, give seeds and infrastructure for sowing and reaping. Pisci granjas, meaning fish farms, support to agroecology and agroforestry. Medicinal fostering of traditional medicine, recovery of ancestral knowledge and curing techniques, impulse to resilient economy, self-sufficient to produce, rural credits, promotion of arts and crafts, and channels for commercialization, strengthening of infrastructure and services to raise the category for services of health, to include vaccination, cold chain, fuels for transport of produce. There is a climatic problem in the Amazon. Deforestation is one of the main sources for emission of greenhouse effect in Peru, given mostly the change of soil use due to the amplification of the agricultural territories and the projects for infrastructure and legal and illegal extractive activities in the Amazon. 9% of the Amazon basin in Peru is affected by the mining activity and overlapping of land titles. We have to stop 41 forest concessions imposed on the territories of people, isolated, voluntary isolation, for hydroelectric plants, hydro transportation, river transportation, and illegal coca monocultivations. and to overcome the lack of state ambition in the climatic commitments, in contradictory changes that they propose, because they want to reactivate the economy and ensure the inversion, but the logic that persists is of devastation. Extractivist threats post-pandemics. We live a scenario of going back, environmentally and socially, because of the reactivation of the economy. So we have to modify reactivation. The government gives us a number of norms to accelerate procedures that would permit reactivate projects without the participation of the citizen or the indigenous peoples. Electronic means are being put together without considering the technological and intercultural lags. So it is proposed to establish procedure for the mining activity. It is possible, it is to be forecasted a scenario that is post-pandemic scenario with coming back for rights and enormous influence of economic elites. Law number 28736 to protect the intangibility of and territories of the Piazzi, and the ratification of the Escazú Agreement is urgent. Peruvian states should choose to protect the life, the demands and necessities of the peoples, and not economic reactivation that it has no rights embedded in it. Territorial self-governments. Recognize and strengthen the governments of the indigenous people with land titles that are complete with national peoples, such as the case of One Piece, Candosi, Chapra, Kutama, Ashuar, Awayagun, Shawa, Shuwilo, Quechua, Harakumbut, Shipibo, Ashinika, and Eja. The relation of self-governments of the state should be based in intersectorial convention and institutional conventions based in the self-protocols determined by each people. Also, the execution of autonomy and territorial control should be repotentialized by the system of health for hospitals that are intercultural, established with good internal communication capacity. We warn the world that should be solidary with the indigenous people because the structure of the Amazon have decided it to be like that. You have to support the Amazon, otherwise you will be harmed by not doing so. Thank you from Peru, this excellent video. Our fights are brotherly. And then we have the presentation of Eligio da Costa. He is director of Orbia from Venezuela. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters of the Venezuelan Amazon. Eligio da Costa Evaristo is a representative for Venezuela. I will begin. The title, can you put your video too? Activate your camera, please. I was saying that our Amazon is crying now at this time in silence. From Venezuela, even though we have some action in our country due to the economic and social crisis we have here, we'd like to send a warming message. We hope that we take our country ahead, especially our indigenous territories and the Venezuela Amazon. I'd like to get to our proposal as a representative. We have the COVID situation in the country and the world handles. And we'd like to demand from the Venezuelan Amazon, to demand to the Venezuelan state to make available mechanisms for control and defense of a territory to fight the expansion of COVID. In the Venezuelan Amazon, we have worked in prevention of COVID, and the regional government of the state of Amazon has worked also, even though there is a lot of difficulties in many municipalities. We have to admit that, but to demand the sanitary actions as is stated by the Constitution of Venezuela in its Article number 2, and to call for the organizations of health of the Amazon to assist the Amazonic communities and inform very, very strongly everything that regards the impact of virus in the indigenous communities. You should have a cultural pertinence in order to be important. So we have to recognize the territories of the indigenous people in our country so that we can organize the fight against the pandemics, as is said by the Constitution. So the consultation with indigenous people and consentment for the humanitarian actions for any other incentive to be implemented in the territory, indigenous territory, and an alert for the fight against COVID, to coordinate with the discussions among indigenous organizations and the state, in the states. Venezuela has had an action for preservation based in a constant monitoring of their territories to be able to take ahead the preventive and defense and rights of the territories for their culture and economy. So our peoples have to be assisted together with the environmental impacts. The Venezuelan Amazon has many areas that are unprotected, and there has been indigenous people to be preserved and its nature to be preserved, especially the use of land and their customs, their traditions. Due to the high fragility of the Amazon, our habitat has not been titled, so we demand the titling of our indigenous lands in all the spaces. There is a calling to the national government to make an effective protection against impacts generated by mining. So we demand titling and fostering of policies for environmental remodeling that might generate an improvement in our territories. Present-day pandemic is a threat, but at the same time is an opportunity to advance in the public policies that foster diversity. We also have the situation of illegal mining in our region that would not to ratify. We demand the government not to accept mining in these projects or expansion of the mineral mining territories that have indigenous peoples in them. Maintain the project, the institutional law. The law of our country is saying that there should be respect for the indigenous territories. Measures for protection in favor of the Sipapo River territories, the 4 rivers of Orinoco, Middle Orinoco, also the Sipapo territories, but special measures to protect indigenous people and in voluntary isolation, especially from Sipapo, High Ocamo River, and the Sierra of Guaygalima. In the same way, brothers and sisters, this is our message from Venezuelan Amazon. We continue to work protecting our Amazon. I greet you all. Without the Amazon, there is no life. Without vegetation, there's no life. Without water. We should protect our rivers, our basins, to have a living Amazon and a humanity safe. Thank you. Thank you, Eligio. Clear presentation. We will continue to hear. Rito, bem-vindo à Assembleia. Você tem 5 minutos. Rito? Ele estava com now we continue with Nora Stevenson till Cirito is connected again. We hear you, Nora. Can you begin? Nora, can you begin to speak, please? Nora Stevenson. She said she might have problems with her audio. She wasn't able to activate her audio, so that I might call her. I will call her, and you shall be patient, please. Her audio was turned on, but we can't hear her. There she is. Nora, can you hear me? Can you talk now? I can talk right now. Thank you. Good day to all. I don't have a microphone, but I will speak slowly. I'd like to talk about the problems that I have in my country. I'm sorry, but she can hardly be heard. There is a colony in French departments after 1946. Is totally governed and controlled and commanded by the French government. And nobody participates except the French government. She's talking about the general situation of the French Guiana, which is a French colony, in fact, French territory. Continue, please. Yes, continue. There are no measures that have been preventive for COVID. The measures that have been taken accelerate. There are no care for contaminated people. There is no care for them. Officially, we are a French territory and have been attacked by the pandemics. But we have no contact as to what the situation is. We don't even know if this pandemic has generated an emergency state. because information doesn't flow. And as all sicknesses, diseases, which attack us, we have faced them with our traditional means to become healthy again. I would prefer to send a message to give us strength and courage, because we should go to a war against this elite that wants to make us into sheep. I would like to say that the balance and harmony with nature is a primordial thing, as well as the balance and the harmony among the human beings is necessary. Now, the harmony cannot be gotten if we do not transform into another level of awareness that is really collective. And the attitude nowadays goes against the environmental globally. So we work especially in the spiritual and physical aspects, as our ancestors did, and they had that's why we have to absolutely live in a harmonic way with all the beings in the earth. Because we would like to be connected permanently with all those who exist in the world. And this way we can act effectively. Reach strategies so that we can win over this system that makes us suffer. I greet you all and would like to show you how our work is being done. And we support with all our strength our Amazon. But this is not their threats are not going to be changing if we do not consider the planet as a whole. Yes, we have understood you. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Nora, and sorry for the bad connection, but we did the effort as best we could to include all the leaders of all regions, albeit the difficulties of connection. Now we have Sirito Yana. He's the director of OIS from COICA. Sirito, bem-vindo.
Yes, thank you for having me on the panelist. I want to thank everybody. Greetings to the world. Greetings to all leaders. For the people that are also sitting at the panelist, and also my sincere condolence to the people that has passed away again yesterday and today due to the COVID-19 virus. And I want to send my power to the family to stay strong, to be the survivor that we are trying to be also as indigenous people. It's a very difficult time now for everyone. I've seen many comments on Facebook. I'm trying to following these conversations, how people are feeling, and also talking about the indigenous people. As we in Suriname, we just had a new government installed, a new president, also a whole new government, and these things are very worrying, what they are saying and what they want to do and what they have planned. And we as indigenous people are very worried about these things. Some people don't see these things. Some people are listening very carefully and other not. And this is bringing a total disaster for us as people, because it's we that made this pandemic. It's the people. We don't listen. We don't teach the things as we should actually in life. We have seen many things happen before in history. Many people have passed away from the pandemics that has occurred in the past, and we are trying actually to prevent these things. We are actually preventing to be in the millions of deaths. I know how the governments are acting now. Many people think it's also politics, or it's fake news, and this is very worrying. We want to see actually how we can work together and also be with each other to understand each other. Even if we do speak different languages, it doesn't matter. If you don't understand me, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you have respect for my way of living and way of doing these things. And that's the most important thing. I don't have to know how your culture and tradition is. As we in Suriname, we are living with different people from the African descendant through to India, to China, to Lebanon, to Europe, to America, and they are in the majority. The indigenous people here, we are with less. We are with less, but we protect the half of Suriname. And as we know, Suriname is the greenest country in the world. We have 93% protected areas. 93%. And a lot of outsiders are coming to cut off our trees and whatever. I'm not sure if we are still at the 93%, because the big companies are coming, the Chinese, whatsoever, from India, I don't know. It's a disaster. As the new government has been installed, they said a couple of things that are very disturbing, or maybe not. But they said that they will do everything for the tribal people. Maybe they don't know, but I would not say that the president, because he is the president now, and he says he has said in his speech that he would do the things for the tribal people, but many people make those mistakes. We are not tribal people. We are not living as tribal people. We are indigenous people. And if this still is an issue in this current time in 2020, I mean, it's like 30 years ago when the UN declaration Hello?
Go ahead. We can listen to you. You have a 30.
¿No escucha la traducción?
We can hear the translation.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes, continue, please.
All right. It's been almost 30 years that we have decided to take these things in action, in law, and until now, Suriname doesn't have any indigenous law. We haven't been recognized. We don't have land rights. They didn't fully the ILO Convention 169 has not been ratified for the tribal and indigenous people. Those things hasn't been done. Now there's a new government and still making a mistake by saying he will do everything for the tribal people. We are not the African descendant. We are not tribal people. We are indigenous people. We are the first people that are living here on the ground, and we have protected these areas. Until now, we are fighting against the government because they are giving concessions of wood to cutting our trees, and a lot of illegal mining, also illegal timber, illegal. There's a lot of illegal things happening in Suriname right now. I think that in Suriname is the only country that we can say that even if you are a robber or a drugs dealer, you can become a president. And by promising people, you will get to the top. That is what they are doing now to us. We have been promised. We have been bought by my grandparents didn't know much about politics. It's just now a couple of years ago, we have 20 years ago, we have been in the politics. We know how these people are working. Openly, socially, we are talking now about it. We always knew how these people were. And indigenous people are not capitalists. We are socialists. We have a whole other way of looking at things, at problems, at solving problems, at seeing things differently. And that is what we should send to the people. That is what we are trying. We have talked to our forefathers and also to the payais, to the shaman we call them, but I don't like to call them shaman because shaman is someone less. So I just wanted to say that the important thing that we have to do is to be in dialogue with each other. We have to talk to each other, and we need everybody to listen to us. I am just one person, but I'm representing Suriname. But many people are also saying that I should not represent the whole Suriname. I know. I'm a Kalinya. The other is an Arawak. The other is another trio or Wayana. But I know that there are people there listening to us, and we can help each other. And that is what we are asking. That is what we are sending to you. We are praying every night. We are with our forefathers. And I want to say thank you for this little time that I had just to remind you that we don't seek war. We seek love, respect, and all those positive things. That is what I wanted to send to you and to the world. And please listen, please help us. And I think that we can survive this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Cirito. Nos hemos movido mucho con lo que has hablado. Muchísimas gracias.
We are very emotional presentation, and we thank you very much. And to complete the 9 countries of the Amazon, we have the presentation of Michael Magaret. He is from ARPA, Amerindian People's Association, and he is a coordinator of human rights and policies of COICA. We hear you, Michael. Thank you for being here, sharing it with us.
Thank you, Natalia, and good evening, everyone. Buenas tardes, boa tarde, bonjour. I greet you from Guyana, on the northeastern coast of South America. I greet all of you around the world. I know there are people joining us from all corners of the world, and I'm happy for that because it means that our scream, the scream of the Amazon can be heard in all parts of the world. And I think it's important that we understand this, and it's important that we hear this screaming because the scream is real. The scream is so real that, the Amazon is crying out. It's crying out because it's in pain, it's hurting, right? Mother Nature is crying out for us to do some things. And I believe this assembly it's a starting point. It's a point for us to reflect on who we have been, what kind of stewards we have been for the Amazon. Are we doing enough? How much are we doing? Are we doing it the right way? It's a time for us to reflect and look back and see what it is that we're doing. Is there something that we should be doing differently? But I'm happy that many of you have joined us from all over. I know there are Indigenous and non-Indigenous people here today, but it's important that we understand. And I think one of the key things that the message I want to bring over is that for us to really get things done, we have to collaborate. We have to work together. We have to work together as a team. And this is one of the reasons why I believe that COICA is such an important, has an important role to play in terms of saving the Amazon, in terms of keeping the Amazon alive, because it's about 9 countries working together, meeting and discussing how we can move forward. Tonight, there are some things I call on the governments to, one, recognize our lands. In many of our countries, there are still lands that needs to be recognized as indigenous lands. We just heard our brother from Suriname talk about their land rights are not being recognized. We call on governments around the Amazon to recognize our lands, title our lands, demarcate our lands. These lands have belonged to us customarily. These lands have been ours traditionally for many, many generations. And we have been the ones who have been protecting. We have been the ones who have been keeping those lands in a good state. Numerous studies have shown that where indigenous people live, the forests are in a better condition than where there are no indigenous people living. And this is one way in which governments can contribute to ensuring that the forests are kept standing by providing with us legal titles to our lands. Secondly, we need to ensure that indigenous peoples are consulted in everything that happens. Any decision around indigenous peoples and their lands, there must be consultation by the people. Any mega projects, anything that comes in our area, there must be consultation. And not just consultation, it must be free, it must be prior, informed consent, right? Too many decisions are being made without indigenous people's involvement. And the only way that this can be fixed is if we have and respect, if governments respect the free, prior, and informed consent. Involve indigenous peoples in the decision that will affect them or that will impact them in one way or another. It is important and it is critical. Additionally, we have had many cases around the Amazon basin where our leaders are being criminalized, our leaders are being assassinated, our leaders are being, just killed. Why? Because they're standing up for their rights, because they're looking to protect their rights. This should not be happening, and governments continue to turn a blind eye towards this type of activities. We call on governments to follow up on investigations to ensure that indigenous peoples receive justice for these criminalities which are happening. Even those governments who themselves have been criminalized, or our leaders, we call on them to stop, and they must stop now. It's not something that we can wait on. They must stop now. Our leaders must not be criminalized because they're only protecting their rights as indigenous peoples. Additionally, we call on the donor community to ensure that direct financing comes to indigenous peoples. Too many times we have funds being set aside for indigenous peoples, but many times it really do not reach the ground. And this is one of the things I have seen recently in that COICA is doing quite a lot of work in terms of bringing relief supplies to many of our communities who are affected by this COVID pandemic around the Amazon basin. Many of our countries are yet to respond appropriately. Many of our countries are yet to bring humanitarian supplies to our communities. Many of our governments are failing to bring medical supplies to our communities. And we're calling on them to activate a plan to ensure that our people receive those basic human rights. It's a basic services that they're entitled to, that any government should be providing. We call on them to provide it. Yes, as COICA, as Indigenous Peoples organizations, we will work to help. However, it is not our responsibility. Responsibility lies with the governments, and they need to ensure that services reach people. Even in my own country right now, there is, in the region I come from, there are cases of COVID, but the government is yet to respond in terms of taking treatment. The government is yet to respond in terms of going and conducting follow-up testing of others in the communities. Why are they treating our indigenous peoples like this? It is not right, and we demand better from our governments. Next, we have seen how our elders are going. You know, our knowledge holders, they are going to the great beyond. And only recently we would have seen the great leader, Vargas from Ecuador. He would have gone to the great beyond. And for this, I extend, you know, my deepest condolences to Marlon and the rest of the family. But our elders are going. We need to ensure that we get that knowledge that they have. We need to talk more with them. We need to listen to their stories. We need them to tell our children those stories so that the stories that they have can be passed on to the new generations. We have to find ways of ensuring that our knowledge is captured and that we can use it to educate our children as they come along. Additionally, those knowledge holders would have some solutions, I believe, to even the COVID pandemic. You know, we have our traditional medicines that we use, and these are things that we need to start exploring some more and maybe finding ways in terms of how we can help our people, because we are obligated to our people and it's up to us to help them. So let us find ways of working together. I believe that this pandemic is the perfect opportunity for us to demonstrate how, as indigenous peoples, we have the capacity, we have the capabilities to ensure that our indigenous peoples are protected, they're respected, and that they get the services that they require. So let us continue to work together. And even as the Amazon screams, let us too, as indigenous peoples, scream out there so that people, they must hear us, they must listen to us, and then they can act on it. But we are responsible to, as indigenous peoples, to ensure that our rights are protected and respected wherever we may come from, wherever we may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Y gracias a todos por hacer escuchar este gran grito de la tierra.
And thank you all for hearing this great scream of the earth. It is very important for the whole world to hear our voice. We have Amazonized by hearing these 9 brother Amazon countries that share threats and struggles. And this is a great marriage to give birth to something new. For me, it has been an honor to be able to facilitate this space that is so diverse, so rich, with so many important voices making use of the Scream for the Amazon. And now we will have the privilege to hear Nadino Compacac, and we will hear the cultural act. Thank you for all your participations. Nadino, ahead, please. The hungry have come, the starving have come. The starving have arrived, searching for that dark liquid, sticky like glue, and valuable as gold. the black gold. Your eyes are black. Everything you see and you touch with your blackness, you devour it. The hungry have come, and they have opened big paths, and they've knocked on doors of those who carry the torches, and they've chained our buses, and our eyes have been chained, and they cry, and the grandmothers say that the union has clashed the chains, and barefoot they walk through their paths. Oh, black gold. Black are your eyes. And everything you see, and everything you touch, your blackness devours it. Your eyes are black. And from your blackness does life rise, but that life has no face. And the thickness of the forests hears the voices, and the union and the treason is heard also. Black gold. Black are your eyes. And everything you see, and everything you touch, your blackness devours it. Our eyes are crying, and the chains are back. The child is crying because it was thrown in the river, and a man has his throat cut. And our grandmothers say that Warmie drowned in the river to drown her sorrows. Black gold, black are your eyes, and everything you see, and everything you touch, your blackness devours it. Black gold. When will you leave? When will you free my people? When will you free my Amazon? Green world, crystal clear rivers, green mountains, place of the peoples. That's how my Amazon is. That's how my Amazon is. That's how my Amazon is. Always indomitable. Oh, my Amazon. Ayahuasca. Dreams of Wayusa. They're warrior peoples living in harmony. That's how my Amazon is. That's how my Amazon is. Always indomitable, Amazon. Never defeated, Amazon. You've resisted, Amazon. You've resisted the colonialism and the imperialism. We have resistance. Sons of warriors defending life. That's how my Amazon is. That's how my Amazon is. Always indomitable. Amazon, always indomitable. The Amazon has collaborated with the gross product of all countries, but it is the most forgotten and excluded region. We are here, its sons, and we're here in this World Assembly for the Amazon, women, children, men, to defend their voices, to defend the Amazon. This Amazon will never be defeated, will not surrender. It is indomitable. Welcome to the World Assembly of the Amazon. Thank you. Thank you, Ladino. Thank you for that strength, for that voice that rose from the Amazon and through you got to everyone. I'm Luliana Bertrago, and I'm from the Observatory of Political Ecology of Venezuela. And we'll continue with of our assembly to hear other things that are being said and happening every day in there. They call it the Earth side for the Buen Vivir Association. I see the living strength of the planet and system that devours culture. Amazon is the part of the spiritual reserve of the planet that serves to sustain the life of everything and everybody. From the World Assembly of the Amazon, we advocate for traditional knowledge, a science for this knowledge. And now we want to hear Antonio Nobre, a scientist, Antonio Nobre, and a researcher in the Amazon, and an author of the climatic future of the Amazon, and working in the Institute of Spatial Research in Brazil. And his work shows us possible form to restore our Amazon. Welcome, Antonio. We hear you. Good afternoon, good evening. I'll try to speak in perfect Portuguese mixed with Spanish, so there is translation though. First, thank you very much for the invitation. It is an honor to participate in such an important event, such a kind event. I'm very emotive about this. And before I quickly present what I have as a message, the message that brings me here, I would like to say with very much pain that I was infected by COVID-19, 9 days in hospital, 5 days in the intensive care unit. It is a very painful disease, and I feel very sorry for all those who are going through this and all those who died. And I especially would like to say that I was lucky because I had access to treatment and I was able to recover, and I'm here today talking to you. But as others have said, I also echo your words, saying that this pandemic brings us an important opportunity for humanity. And that opportunity, as I would like to I would like to mention a classic phrase or saying by Albert Einstein. He said, "You cannot solve a problem using the same thinking that generated the problem." And what we see is that everything that has happened regarding this pandemics in the world, or part of what has happened, is a thinking that failed in so many areas, and they're trying to apply it again without any success. That's why so much abandonment and so much despair on one hand. And on the other hand, we see initiatives that are very comforting. People are getting together, people are collaborating, such as this webinar here. Everybody trying to find ways to make solidarity be this new channel. What I bring to you is a reflection, a thinking that is based on science, but it is a thinking that says that everything we are living through, not only a pandemic, but also with this situation in which life is threatened in the whole of the planet, not only the life of those who have caught the virus, but the life of the planet itself is being threatened. Scientists have been saying this for a long time. And to help me a little, I think it is important to perhaps to show you some images here that might help me to express what I want to say here. Let's see if it works. There it goes. Can you see that? Can you see the screen? Yes, you can see it. We can see it. That is an artistic work, of course. There's a clock inserted in a beetle from the forest. And that piece of art, I propose it as a reflection. What I mean to say is that much of non-indigenous society or non-indigenous society, the society that has become the global civilization, self-called global civilization. It's their fault is the destruction of the Gaia, and it comes from a mechanical mindset. So many times, white man does not understand what he or she doesn't understand as a set of gears. Yes, of course there are gears. They're there, but they're not visible. You don't understand how they are geared one part to another through this mechanic view. So if it is invisible, it is despised. Nevertheless, biodiversity, not only animals, but plants themselves, all the life on Earth are essential for the climate, but for us to exist, in fact. And I will quickly give you another example, which is a map of the planet where you see what's green and what is green on the continents of the Earth. So you see that the deserts, yeah, of course, there's no green where there's ice, but all the other parts of the Earth have green. So there are plants growing there. Nevertheless, when we look at a map of the production, we see that the equatorial lane is where is the climatic engine of the Earth is. So vegetable life and animal life that is the richest of the world is in that belt. When they show us the world map, normally the north countries are amplified in an artificial way because the Mercator projection does that, in the map, the geographic Mercator projection. But it distorts if you see it from a map. The geometry of the country is distorted and their areas. But when we see a map such as this one, which is the real thing, you see that the equatorial part, South America, Africa, and Asia, is much more important in terms of vegetation for the control of the climate. I will try to show a short animation to show this image in a dynamic way. It'll show 10 years of photosynthesis, plant activity as seen from the space, which are the satellites. And this image, each frame of this little film shows how much that unit of carbon, probably, the audio is failing now, how it affects the total part of the world. What you see here is that Gaia pulses like a heart. It's pulsating, and that's real. That's not the imagination of Hagen about the effects of drugs. This is real, not a hallucination. This was made in the University of Oxford, and shows that it's something that I had heard from the indigenous peoples, that nature is alive. Nature has a heart, and that heart is pulsating. This has been confirmed by satellite observations such as this one. That's what I wanted to quickly show to you, so that I'll leave it here to play, so as I can tell you, so that I can tell you at the end that what we should and can do, without having to accuse anybody, but having a lot of respect for people, is that we are able to have a capacity to look at nature not only with the mind, but with the eyes and the heart. The mind needs a lot of gears, yes, but not the heart. The heart captures everything. You see, Gaia has a heart. The trees discovered, it was discovered that trees have a pulsating such as the heart, a slow one, but a pulsating nevertheless. And that's where the heart, and in the heart is where love is. And even though love isn't treated so much by the natural sciences or hard science, as they say, it is a force of the universe. It is a force of diffusion. Within the sun, at each second, there are 4,000 million particles to produce helium, and a great production of energy without which we couldn't live here. And that's the way it goes. So love that unites two people or many people in a group is a love that generates energy. And that is a different mode. I won't say a mode of thinking, a mode of positioning ourselves through the heart, through the love, and cultivating love, so that we put ourselves into a union that is a law within nature. Without that union, without the collaboration among all organisms, the Amazon forest would not exist. Gaia wouldn't exist. Boreal forests or the oceans, nothing would exist. Human beings wouldn't exist. So that mistake was made. There was a big mistake made with a Darwinistic view of the world, a very short kind of view, and wrong, by the way. So now we have to recover that. And for that, this society that has harmed the planet so much has to be humble, has to search for the first-hand indigenous wisdom, because much of the humility facing nature and the veneration for that marvel, which is the natural life and the life in the natural world, that veneration, that humbleness in front of the awesome nature has to make us cultivate love and use this wisdom by science or by many other forms of wisdom that exist in humanity. This way, we can have an opportunity to avoid the catastrophe that is rushing towards us. We don't have to be you don't have to have a crystal ball to see that the future of humanity is a dangerous one, as it has never been in 3 million years. That's the message of a scientist for you, but a scientist that tries to cultivate the heart and also who proposes to everyone that we use all wisdom to justify this approach, which is different. Is not the same thinking that produced the disaster that is in front of us. What produced all these disasters is individuality, egotism, eagerness, and insensitivity for the suffering of our next of kin. And that has contributed to the present day situation. This is my appeal, and that's my way to present my respect regarding the indigenous original peoples of the Amazon, Alaska, north of Europe, Africa, and all those who still have been able to keep alive this knowledge, this connection with Mother Nature, with the heart of the world. So that we get together now, and as a last message, I am joining Social Environmental Institute and indigenous groups in Brazil, making an empowerment movement towards the indigenous, and so that they can use the white man's science, but protecting themselves against this devastating power, and with the potency of technology of the science, yes, of course, but without being threatened by it. So we have to get together in that and put the speech of indigenous peoples, but potentialized by the scientific knowledge of the white man, turned onto union and this new work for collaboration for the rescuing of all. That's what I want to say. That's what I wanted to say. My greetings to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity. And I hope that we can change and meet as much as possible and join all our forces and ideas. Good night. Thank you, Antonio, for your words and for your sharing. The new policy from below and for the normality that they talk about, will they be positive? We talk about normality as imagining several worlds, art, the arts for life. They open forms of resistance through all our senses, therefore uniting our bodies and our territories. We'd like now to present some videos from Bolivia. First, Amazon Heart and Forest from Leal Cordeiro for an original song and poetry from Coyol.
Testigo de toda vida. Ejército de Sol.
They are an army of and you rise to the skies. I can hardly understand her accent, sorry. Older than time itself, sacred land, immense forest, flowing life that is never tired of being reborn and living. We are so small. We are errant passengers without enough life in order to understand the forests. And we threaten your harmony because we haven't known yet how to rise and fly. But a little of your light is enough for us, and we will hear your eternal chant, and then we will awaken. We will know of your deepest mysteries, and we will discover that everything everything is a chant, an eternal chant to the sky. That the settled thing is life. And everything walks together, and your voice is in it. And your guardians are your secret sons. We will understand that without you, there is no tomorrow. I hope that it's not too late to take care of your heart, forest, your forest heart. A short film, text and speech, music, thanks to Assembly for the Forests and Life in Bolivia. We have to return to the spirit of the forest and to humanity. Urban art in resistance, Amazonia. Fertile land. In the Peruvian Amazon, you have many people speaking in Quechua, Guache, Colombia. I am because I live. To exist is to resist. The forest is not for sale. And Bruno Smoky, Chile, Brazil. Give me a reason to dream. Sankofa means go back to the past without fear of recovering what has been forgotten. It means a reflexive and collective thinking seated in the ancestral memory. I don't believe in the state where the flags separate us. Jail for the traffic of the Jaguar. Who killed Valentina? Ecocide laws. A recurrent character, the mother of all waters, Arai Yara. Lara represents the wish for defense of all waters, where all life subsists through them. Rebuild our future. Wait. The fight for the respect of the land of the Amazon is the work of each one of us. memory. It's now or never. Thanks. State of emergency. Urgency. Together we will. How much is life worth? With our strength, with our weapons, and our weapon, spirituality, the strength of our ancestors. Life for you and life for everyone. Collaborate with the traditional knowledge. As a rubber tapper, and me and my friends have lived in this forest for more than 30 years, we're trying to join forces to ensure the rights that we have, conquest the territories that we've conquered. It's necessary to be ready and alert. We are a solidarity post with all the nations. To subvert in order to exist. Ninja House, Amazon. We are the forest. Ninja. Ninja Media went through several territories to make a document on the impact of deforestation. Series with 5 episodes. The indigenous person, besides being in a massacre, started to understand that their main enemy is not the rubber tapper. This was told in different states of Brazil. The river for us is the future of our sons, our grandsons. We're back to oil lamp, and we're going to light these streets with diesel oil lamps. Amazonia Brigade 2020. Beautiful video, yes. Resistance for the Amazon. Symbolic meeting with materials and urban artists for the Amazon, committed to the Amazon. In video 2, for self-determination of the indigenous peoples. Street art transmitting in a sincere way collective memory. Then we saw some videos from Casa Ninja, Collective Amazon, which talk with their images as to how the screen is articulated in the great amount of voices for the Amazon, calling for its defense. The fight for the Amazon is the fight against patriarchy. Paradoxically, Amazon women are part of the population of one of the most harmed populations in the pandemics by COVID-19 in the indigenous communities, because they are victims of processes of colonization. For us today is a pleasure to receive Joênia Wapichana, the first woman to be elected in the Congress of Brazil. Besides, she parts of the collective groups of the Amazon, and she received several prizes for human rights, the most recent by the United Nations. She's a very dear woman to all of us fighting women and our peoples. Welcome, Joênia. She's got the microphone muted. Would somebody tell her? I'll because she's talking about the people and the indigenous populations that are present, participating in this assembly. We'd like to greet the Amazon networks and the social forum of the Amazon, and to greet all those who are participating in this forum, bringing their voices and making this assembly to become a collectivity that is virtual, but it is also a moment for reflection, planning, and working together. I'd like to greet everybody who are here listening to us, especially from Brazil. I believe there are many indigenous and leaderships that are participating here. And I want to express that this is the right moment for all of us to put their voices forward, not only to reflect, but also against ethnocide, ecocide, and extractivist that we may say that is illegal, and the genocide that happens today in the Amazon. And that is made more serious because of pandemics. That's why we can have to strengthen our voices for the indigenous people and the Amazon. Everything is being affected by the pandemics and the serious attacks that we're seeing related to the original peoples. Brazil, I would like to share with you. I'd also like to hand over my condolences to all families. And today, Brazil has more than 2 million cases, 70,000 deaths among indigenous peoples, and the data are worse and worse. And I believe that Sonia Guajajara already informed some of these data, but it's important that Brazil is a leader in these groups. There are more than 16,000 cases that have been confirmed, and 134 indigenous peoples that have been affected. Data of the government are very different from what reality is. And that grows because they don't consider the indigenous peoples that are in transition towards the to our urban centers, and that makes a big difference. CESAI, the Secretary of Indigenous Health, registers only 11,000 cases confirmed and 230 deaths, but it's much more than that. We've seen the situation of all and the efforts of everyone. And I share my experience as a member of Congress. I know many leaders of Khoica, and in several moments, as an indigenous representative, I've participated since a young person. I'm from Roraima. I'm a member of the Wapichana group. I participate with indigenous peoples in indigenous meetings in Coyapi. But nowadays, my experience as a woman, I'm the first indigenous woman, and this puts me in a constant threat and a challenge because I'm the only parliamentary woman, indigenous woman, and also my party that has the proposal of the struggle for sustainability and defense of the environment for the minorities. The National Congress recently approved by unanimity, with the exception of a party that always defended the majority of the bankers. This project that was approved is a project 1142, where I was the joined several projects that were presented there, and I made the project to have a debate as to indigenous rights. Every time the indigenous
que o coronavírus estava afetando o mundo todo através de várias reuniões, a qual também eu coordeno. Hoje eu coordeno uma frente parlamentar mista que defende os direitos dos povos indígenas, a qual junta mais de 200...
So we have a parliamentary front that joins 400 and something, several members of Congress with an initiative as a priority for a project that would establish a guarantee for an emergency plan to face COVID in indigenous peoples, Quilombola, and traditional populations. With this project, we were able to approve, and in the Senate, it was also approved, but we regret, it's not surprise, but as we know, the Bolsonaro government, unfortunately, is a government that does not believe in the pandemics, doesn't believe in the COVID and its impacts, and has always ironized the disease, said it was a small flu and that the numbers were not real. Didn't accept the recommendations of WHO recommendations for social isolation, but he mocked the deaths, and if people died, it wasn't his business. This thinking affects everybody else, but it was that was the answer to contain the virus, and unfortunately it reached the indigenous communities. And for you who are participating, this article, this law was vetoed. Of the 22 of the paragraphs of this project was vetoed, so the urgent measures was not voted. And the distribution of materials, disinfection materials, and the access to drinkable water, potable water. And this is very serious because to deny water, which is a fundamental right to everyone, and in this moment of pandemics, we know that not all indigenous communities keep access to potable water, and that is not the indigenous people's fault. For many years, the process of exploitation and colonization that came into indigenous land against the will of the indigenous people and made them suffer, and as is denounced by the indigenous peoples of the Yanomami group, there are more than 20,000 gold diggers that contaminate the river waters that should be the potable water source of the indigenous. Is no longer potable because it's full of very strong metal residues such as mercury that cause disease and also lead to malaria and contamination of all the rivers. So half of that water, so metal in this water is weakening indigenous populations. So it's not just a veto, it was a veto that had the greatest number of approval, vetoing approval by President Bolsonaro. And with that, there is the increase of deaths in indigenous people by COVID. And these are lives that just don't matter just because of numbers. These are lives of traditional leaderships, of elderly people who didn't have time to pass over their knowledge. Their lives were interrupted. Not only elderly, but youngsters too. Among the Yanomami, there were 15-year-olds who died, and also Yanomami babies also. We knew that mothers didn't even know where their children were buried because they had no right to bury their kid. And the government knew about this, and they had, for us indigenous, sometimes we don't even speak Portuguese. We have no clarity in these technical words. It is necessary to have information and adequate communication that is adequate to their culture. Nowadays, indigenous protect themselves without a clear protocol. And in fact, a protocol is to funeral rituals. Usually the rituals that are used in the territories to bury their dear ones and families are not being done. They're being buried in the cities, in Boa Vista. And this is a big impact because this was an issue that shocked us. We could have worked more on that protocol. What the indigenous organizations have demanded is that they have to work together with these governments and these health teams in order to understand these protocols and build one that is as best as possible, as good as possible. We now have to get nearer and nearer to avoid greater contaminations. I say this because in the practice that exists, the federal government omits their responsibility to ensure basic rights to indigenous and quilombolas in this moment of pandemics. And surprise, the justification of this government is the worst. And they justify it saying that there was an absence of demonstration of financial impact. So the government is more worried about the economy. And this economy is being something that has been protested against by many countries because there was an irresponsibility in taking care of lives that should be taken care of, and responsibility on the part of the government with its own citizens. And this economy that is so much defended is being questioned because expenses are not being made, payments are not being made, people are suffering because of lack of quick action. And what we see is that there is an irresponsibility to apply resources as how they should be applied. So we're making an intense campaign. I would like to thank COICA. COICA has put itself at our disposition to make campaigns to beat these vetoes, 142. And we're asking other people to manifest themselves, and we have to defeat these vetoes and demonstrate the absurd. This law complements some other laws, but it demands emergency measures. We know that we cannot just stay in what we say only, but this law will give more arguments for these indigenous communities that many times don't have a hygienic kit, no drinkable water, no material to protect themselves, so that these should be incorporated within the emergency plan. So we have all the indigenous peoples are in imminent danger. The population is being incentivized. I mean, the exploitation of indigenous lands are being stimulated by the Ministry of Environment, in fact. So the impact in the economy is coming, but in a reverse way. So responsibility to take care of the Amazon. Environmental quality is also demanded and has an effect in the economic issues. And that's why there was a strong mobilization of the indigenous people that amplified the harm that is being done to them. The vice president, in the last few days, came to say that you have to destructure FUNAI, ICMBio, and IBAMA. We've said that for a long time, not only now with this international pressure and economic pressure, but the voices of those who act in the defense of collective and environmental rights and indigenous rights have shown that there should be a permanent structure, both for monitoring but also vigilance. And this has been done urgently because the policies for going back have advanced a lot with incentives for land invasion, wood exploitation, and mining in indigenous. We've acted a lot to protect in these 2 years that I am as a parliament member. We did not let any proposition advance as for mining in indigenous lands, and we have worked to see the absurd situations, and we have been very much fighting, but it's a strong fight. It's not just my fight, but of the whole Brazilian societies and indigenous people who want to share the benefits of the environmental issues. And it affects the whole planet. The situation is asking for the impeachment, not only of the environment minister, but also the president of the impeachment of the president himself. I am one voice saying that the president has gone beyond all limits in all situations regarding the defense, not the defense really, his own, the defense is his own interest, but the violation of the rights that are in our constitutions, international institutions for human rights. I also add up to the voices of the peoples of Brazil regarding a continuous action against the rights of the indigenous peoples. And this policy systematically violates the indigenous rights and social environmental rights, and it is a genocidal and ethnocenic policy. It is against the ecology. It's a policy that is in ecocidal. So the forum and this idea from COICA to have this assembly is, so Brazil has this great potential, but unfortunately we're going through going back in social environmental policies and the indigenous people's rights. And we're taking up our voices, and we will denounce this deconstruction. There are several denunciations, both international and national. But we have to have continuous actions to combat these illegalities, to preserve our rights and our environment. Many times we have no we have to have this in a permanent way. I would like to greet many people who have been doing this. One thing this pandemic brought to us is union to look at the most vulnerable people, and we see this in this assembly from COICA. The union to protect the environment, biodiversity, protect our advancements, and our combat to climatic change. We see that our union will go far and beyond. If borders were limiting us, but this way to talk about this issue is uniting us. I'm in Brasilia right now. Probably there are people who are very much distant, but we're sharing our demands and our experiences and our voices and our strength. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to me, and I'm very glad to see that we are together in this struggle. This fight is not only of the indigenous people, not only of the indigenous women, but it's a collective struggle, and we will take it ahead. Thank you very much. And I greet you all, and we hope that we have good results in this COICA assembly. Thank you, Joemia. Oh, I forgot something. Out Bolsonaro. I greet you through the chats and through the many communication means. The Roraima state has supported you in your struggle in the Congress in Brasilia. Out with Bolsonaro, it says many times, for you and for all. As you say, the indigenous emergency because of COVID has made it evident how the system is unsustainable. That's why we believe that among the antidotes is the Amazon. The Amazon that is a presentation of our life. We would like also in this space that we will Amazonize. Let's love each other and Amazonize ourselves, because indigenous lives matter and life in the Amazon territory is important. Now I want to leave you with Rita Savera. Thank you. Before Rita comes, let's talk to people who have come now. We've been debating and showing several voices in the Amazon. Nowadays, there is a space that is only beginning, so we invite you to be here with us tomorrow also. Can you hear me? Well, I was saying that I'm from La Paz. I'm at 3,800 meters, and I bring the telluric forces of this for all of you, brothers and sisters, now meeting in this assembly for the Amazon. We are joined by ages of extractivism and mining, but we are with a force that is already ever alive to keep our region as one system, one integrated system. I live near Apo Ilimani, a snowy peak, and its water nourish the systems of the rivers in the Amazon. And from the Amazon come all the flying waters that come back to us, giving us the possibility to keep our Andean system alive and our people. As that heart that the Brazilian scientists told us about. Now we give way to colleagues that are performing actions in the streets, actions that show that the citizenship also is aware that we are in a process of extinction, and we should not let governments or enterprises take ahead at this capacity of disintegrating us as people and as non-human beings. But we are in harmony and we should work together to give a meaning to our lives in this time that we still have. I will present to you Companions of Rebellion or Extinction. It is a non-violent movement that generates actions against governments and corporations around the world facing the imminent climatic and ecological disaster that faces us. Let's see the video.
Soy Alexandra y soy
I'm
peruana.
Alexandra, and I'm Peruvian Swiss, and I participate in the Assembly of Indigenous Communities. I'm quite sure that if we become connected globally, we can support each other at the local level. That's why we have the project Global Resilience. We're all a family, and only together can we do the transformation that we need in this world. One love, one rebellion, one humanity. From Medellin, Colombia, with the World Assembly for the Amazon. Amazonia SOS. Meu nome é Kebayani.
Along with other activists in solidarity with the indigenous communities of the Amazon. Shoulder to shoulder, we stand with them and detest any form of their rights violations. And we say boldly, freedom is not a privilege, but a right.
Soc indígena català.
I am a Katawa indigenous person. I am against the genocide, ethnical and cultural genocide. I am in favor of the decrease of growth, and I am in favor of confidence, of living together and in freedom. Deforestation and other forms of generating and of negative impact to nature have caused this pandemic. And we continue to destroy the forest by killing our forests and impoverishing the economy. Amazon calls us. Green Amazon, save Amazon. Amazon is water. Long live the Amazon. In Ecuador, we're with the Assembly for the Amazon. We have the biggest oil spill in the Amazon. Amazon is mother. We actively mitigate power and decompose for the peoples, for the animals, for the rivers and the trees, for the fight against climatic change. From Ecuador, we join the Assembly. We fight for an Amazon planet, Amazon SOS. From Quito, Ecuador, we support the Assembly, the World Assembly for the Amazon. We have mining, petroleum, and forest companies, wood companies, so Amazon for life. From Ecuador, our support for the World Assembly for the Amazon. From Ecuador, we support the World Assembly for the Amazon. Humanity and very few people destroy the people and nature around the world. A gold ring can produce 20 tons of toxic residues. From El Retiro, Antioquia, Colombia, we support the World Assembly for the Amazon. SOS Amazonia. From Paris, one more Colombia says, the Amazon is everybody. From wherever we are, if we take care of our territory, we support the Amazon. SOS Amazon. Mother Earth is indivisible. Wherever we are, we take care of our territory when we defend the Amazon. Our Amazon is not for the cows. There's no, her microphone is muted. Okay. Yes, now we hear you. Thank you. To my colleagues that have shown this video, it's now or never. The premise for us is to become Amazonized. We are forest, we are river, we are seeds of change. We urgently have to generate proposals that transform our reality, because it is urgent that we should save lives. We are Amazon, and in that we are integrated, and this is what summons us this afternoon. And now we will present Jan Coelho from the youth that strikes the climatic change. Thank you. First, I'd like to greet everyone. My name is Jan Coelho. I am from the Fighters for Freedom, and Strikers for Freedom. I'll talk for 5 minutes in this youth, what its action is, and what we want to do for the Amazon and for the indigenous people. It is a movement that was born through the disappointment that we have regarding world governance today. We know they are blind to climatic change and they don't hear science. We're going towards mass extinction, and governments continue not seeing this. They don't care. In Brazil, our action is much different from the European movement that is limited to be striking only, to promote strikes, and to ask politicians to act against climate change and the defense of nature. But here in Brazil, we know that that doesn't work like that. Our democracy is very fragile, and even more so in a government such as this one. We are not heard. And that's why we have to put hands to action, because if we don't, nobody else will. So we, from the Strike for Climate Brazil, we made a campaign called SOS Amazon, which precisely has in mind to join 1 million reais to help indigenous people from the state of the Amazon in Brazil in the strike against COVID. We know, as many other people said here, that the Brazilian government does not only not care, but for the Brazilian government, it's also interesting for those defenders of the forest die, because it facilitates the life of agribusiness. This project, SOS Amazon, helps with the food safety for these indigenous peoples, and with the support of telemedicine and equipment such as masks and individual protection equipment, because we know this is a very delicate moment for them. And these people dearly need this help. Up to this time, we have made 240,000 reais. We've helped several families in Manaus and other regions, and we will help even more. And I ask your SOS Amazon is the name of the site. If you want to know more about this project and cooperate with it, and to help us in our struggle. we, as a movement, acknowledge that in the construction of a better world, we need to hear the traditional peoples, the indigenous peoples, if we really want to have a correct system, because it is in the medicinal wisdom and the agroecological practices and in harmony with nature, it is that we will find the solution for all these crises. And that's where I want to point, that there is no climate justice without social justice. We have to unite as movements, as people, as struggles, all against this system that not only oppresses people and exploit workers, that wants to accumulate infinitely in a limited world with few resources, and that does not care about human rights, that disrespect indigenous peoples. We, the youth, give this support to indigenous peoples and the other struggles, and we want to say that we are together in this cause against this lack of care about our planet and with our traditional populations. And to finalize, I would like to also become solidary to all the victims, with all the victims of COVID and with the families of these people who have gone. We know there is nothing easy. In Brazil, not even the president of the republic is understanding this crisis as something serious. Congresswoman Joênia despises, and chloroquine is going to save everyone. It has no proven efficacy. We've gone over 2 million infected people and more than 700 dead. We have to unite against the system and against this government. So we have to end the careers of these politicians such as Bolsonaro and so many others around the world. So here I want to close my talk saying, out with Bolsonaro, out with Moura, out with Salles, Ministry of Environment, and finish with the freeze of the indigenous bloods and the trees. Not one more harm to be done. Good morning to all. My name is Jessica. Good evening to all. I'm from Napo, Ecuadorian Amazon. More than 1,500 indigenous peoples are facing genocide, and the government is only worried about economic survival. Is it COVID that is killing us, or the historic abandonment that we have been submitted to? Is it COVID that kills us, or is it this indiscriminate extraction of our resources made by our governments? In this space, we will talk about the work analysis and important diagnosis made by the work groups, the 3 campaigns that are done as a result of this assembly. And we hand over the floor to Manuel Morales, talking about the national world campaign as to the impacts of COVID-19 regarding native populations and Afro-descendants in the world. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Jessica. Your question, is coronavirus what's killing us? Or are there other additional factors? Now, we're coming to what we've been working the last few days, so that the friends that are going to participate tomorrow have elements of an advancement that we've made as work commissions. The commission that I will show to you is about COVID-19 and the impact that it has in the native populations and Afro-descendants and Amazon populations. And here we have a very clear picture. These are aggressions from the states and from extractivism. If we see these three maps that take us to a joint big figure of what's happening in Pan-Amazon, we have an evolution of COVID-19. You see, the three maps are in a correlated proportion. 27th May 2020, we see in clear color where there's no significant proportion of COVID. And in the darker regions is where there were cases of brothers and sisters that were contaminated. If we see the middle, in the 3rd of July, 3 months afterwards, in the darker parts, you see the advancement of COVID-19 in indigenous territories and in populations, including urban populations that are part of the Amazon. And here in the map, to your right, on the 17th of July, only a month afterwards, we have a presence that is much bigger of COVID-19 cases. This means that in the Amazon, there is more than 600,000 contaminated people, more than 17,000 people that have died, and this with data that are not reliable, data that are sub-recorded. We also want to point out that the COVID-19 is a pandemic. It is now a disease that is global, but we also want to say that it has become in an endemic. What does endemic mean? Well, it has come to stay and will stay with the humanity for a long time. So this COVID-19, which is global and endemic, gives us a question: what are we going to do? How are we going to face it? There are no short-term solutions. I also want to point out that COVID-19 is a generator of a structural crisis of capitalism that is demolishing economies. It is demolishing sanitary systems. It is also demolishing labor relations, also rights, and also COVID-19 is becoming a real danger against the peoples and the natives. And among these natives, the Amazon peoples are those who are most vulnerable. COVID-19 has demolished health system with luxury hospitals in Europe and United States that have ambulances and technology. Nevertheless, all these systems have fallen. In the case of the Amazon, in the case of our region, what we see is that the ethnocide is part of the policy of the states. Many of the brothers and sisters that have talked denounced that there is an ethnocide that is ongoing, and not only the absence of assistance systems, but also the absence of doctors, absence of medicine, but also there have been contaminations that were non-controlled through payments made, and many brothers and sisters have come out of the territories and become contaminated with COVID-19. And so we ask ourselves, how did we get to this pandemic? Well, COVID-19 is not a random pandemic. It is related to several factors that are becoming bigger and bigger in our Amazon region. First, it has to do with global climate change. The bigger the climate change, the bigger are the chances that this kind of disease pops up. There's a change in our eating habits. Agribusiness and the industry of food is getting into the plates we eat from. We're not eating our own food, but we're eating the food that the market imposes to us. On the other hand, there are cities that are bigger and bigger, that are excessive in population and demand bigger quantities of food. And this agribusiness and this manufacturing food industry is concentrating more animals in industrial farms. We have millions of cows, pigs that are being fattened for this food system, to which hormones are being applied, vaccines are being applied, and antibiotics are being applied. And this is another of the factors that generate this kind of new disease. Also, the enormous danger of the GMOs that have been introduced to Paraguay and Bolivia, want to be introduced into Ecuador and Colombia, and they want to take over our territory. And for the GMOs to be strong, they have to devastate thousands and thousands of hectares. And all this destruction of biodiversity explain to us why COVID exists. What we have to have in our minds is there is an advancement of the extractivism, but in the last few days, we've seen that the governments, the states, are becoming indebted and are supporting the entrepreneurial class. The governments are taking advantage of the pandemics to introduce quarantines that introduced repressive laws. And under stay-at-home law, norms have been dictated to states of siege and the cutting of the expression of the population. A profound economic depression is going to be presented, and it'll probably be the deepest economic depression that will be known by humanity, and a deep food crisis and a sanitary crisis unheard of. Probably in the next few months, we will not only come to die, but also there will be populations that will not have access to food. In other words, starvation. The governments are approving agreements with the financial world to generate more debt, and they want to put their chips into putting this money into entrepreneurial sectors. That's why we have these certainties. First, if the absence of a health system that is intercultural among our communities, it is probable that there will be an increase in the vulnerability of indigenous peoples. That's why we have to foster intercultural health that is local, communitary, as a mechanism to warrant the right to life and health. Third, extractivism, GMOs, and the deforestation harm Amazon, our health, our food, our culture, and our existence in itself. So we should slow or avoid the plans for financing against the pandemic that do not benefit indigenous peoples, popular sectors of the cities, environment, and nature. That's why, brothers and sisters, we also should ensure financing for food sovereignty. And in this food sovereignty, the way of life of the indigenous peoples in the Amazon have a fundamental position. With this information that I transmit to you, tomorrow we will work in a commission, and we hope that those who have enrolled should come to the Zoom that we will have about COVID-19, and that tomorrow we come to resolutions to mobilize all our brothers to Amazonize ourselves and face a common struggle, defend the health of the populations, and come ahead as brothers in this struggle that affects us all. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel. Certainly, COVID-19 only adds to the large list of pandemics that have threatened the Amazon. Let's hear now Ricardo Perez as to analysis of the World Boycott campaign as to governmental companies that destroy the Amazon and agreements that destroy the Amazon. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. Well, thinking of this dramatic scenario from what was said here, it is urgent to unify our actions for a future to all forms of life. Hope is in the native original people and in the forests. We now bring a proposal, an invitation, not only to the people who live in the forests or in the Amazon cities, but all the people who know that we're going the wrong path, as was said. So from the boycott group, I would like to invite you to make these actions possible, and that's why we ask you, why do we need a world boycott to save the Amazon and its peoples? Because we all know what are the engines of Amazon destruction. Extractive industries, agribusiness that are associated to great infrastructure projects. And with this discourse of development and integration in our countries, they only want production. And we all know that this is possible because the political apparatus with workers that are only working for transnational capital and local interests that only change who is in charge, but no change in the position of the policy. This helps all in the Amazon. And we should give an answer to attack those fuels that keep this destroying machine. So we are making a call to think and make viable a transnational campaign that is permanent to boycott this capacity for profit from all those, the destruction of the Amazon. We call for a permanent boycott against the economy that sustains the policy for extractivism that is racist and patriarchal. How to boycott? We have to get together more and more. And with my partner, Ricardo, we'll tell you. Well, how to boycott? First, at different levels. To point out the great international financing companies, the inversion systems, the pension funds, and the private banking. So the whole financial apparatus and the capitalization through extractivism. Making campaigns that show the harm made by the extractive systems and agro-industry that execute projects and sell their products in the international markets, accusing to the public opinion those companies and states that buy these raw materials that destroy the territories, accusing, facing their clients and consumers, there's companies that process these raw materials and transform it in the final consumption items. Also, we should boycott in different ways, unmasking their strategies for green publicity and generating alliances that put the Amazon people at the center of the debate, and calling international citizenship to be part of this, knowing that it's not important just to have a responsible consumer, but to call them to a change strategy with a real commitment to move towards life. To this, we call everybody to feel the call from the Amazon to bring their ideas and efforts. More than linked to an organization, the call is to adopt individual actions and collective actions at the level of organizations and institutions, as also to responsible consumption to alter the markets and to reduce social and economic environmental footprints. That's why, precisely, that's why our colleagues, our individual actions may contribute. But the important thing is that we organize ourselves so that we think how to protect the Amazon in how we behave in day-to-day life, and how to boycott these companies that are killing the Amazon and killing the possibility that all forms of life, not only human, can be possible. There are calls to reduce the consumption of meat, and these are discussions that we will have tomorrow in the group, and we really hope your active participation so that we can have a living Amazon and a safe humanity. Let's remember that the antidote for this pandemic are the peoples of the Amazon and the forest itself. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo and Andrea. Precisely what you say is that it is important to foster actions that we can go back to our roots and our community, to give impulse to the principles that make us live in harmony with the nature in which we are not owners of it, but part of it. Hama Wapichana now, regarding world campaigns to detain ecocide, extractivism, and save the Amazon, which is essential to face climatic change. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Hello? Can you hear me? We can hear you. Hello. Good evening. Connection problems. Can you confirm, Hawa? Hama. Good evening to all the indigenous relatives. I'm Hama Wapchana. I'm a leader here in the state of Roraima. This assembly for the Amazon. And before I begin, I'd like to summon our spirituality with a chant to strengthen this moment, this hard moment of struggle.
Waparichapan, Wakunaikian, Waparichapan, Waknaikian, 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 Airi, Waknaikian, 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 Airi, Wakunaikian, Waparichapan, Wakunaikian, Waparichapan. Nós temos algo a comemorar hoje, sim, a união dos povos. Os povos indígenas não existe fronteira, né? Aqui unidos, todos pelo bem, pela vida na Amazônia. Eu sou Jama Wapichana, sou do norte do Brasil, aqui da fronteira de Roraima com o país da Guiana e a Venezuela. Estou aqui representando o povo Wapichana, o povo estado de Roraima, a Repan Juventude em articulação com a Repan e a Panamazônia, e as mulheres dessa terra, desse chão amazônico do extremo norte do Brasil. Então, esse grande momento, esse momento da Assembleia da Amazônia é uma grande convocatória para todos, é só para somar força nesse momento tão difícil.
This moment is a summoning for us all, and we have to unite our forces with the indigenous people. We've heard leaders talking about the problem and the situation in our state, in our Brazil. It is very sad how indigenous people are dying. We're losing our leaders. We're losing our chiefs, our elders. Great libraries, great museums are being lost, and memories are being lost. The earth is losing that. So you raise our shout for the Amazon, and this assembly comes to strengthen us. Indigenous peoples have never been as threatened as today. The loss of their rights, the loss of their titling of lands, especially in this time of the pandemics. During the pandemic, nobody stops, really. Mining goes on, invasions go on, deforestation goes on. Wai and Wapushi at this moment is the moment to join forces, really. For us, there is no border, and I believe in this force of the countries and of the nations. Because once we get together, we have more strength and we have more possibilities of fighting against this storm that does not look at the people. I would now like to say that we are here shouting for the Amazon, shouting for lives that have gone, of people who have gone away, of elderly people who have gone away, because the enemy also has become articulated and very well articulated and very dangerous. And we cannot be afraid of those because we depend on the union of these people, of the Amazon peoples, of Latin America and the whole world. And so we have to shout through these lights. We have to look at these native populations and join our leadership. Not to forget the people from the cities that have died, because everything is connected, both the people from the city and the people from the territories. So we have to join forces, even though we have conflicting times now. But this is the time where we see the leadership say that let our elders give us strength in the combat face to face, and that we may be able to fight strong and free against this evil, the evil of capitalism, against Bolsonaro in Brazil, against his ministers. We have strength, and union makes us strong. So, for the life in the Amazon, for the life of their peoples, union makes us strong. Thank you. Thank you all.
Erika Desh.
Erika Desh. Thank you.
Gracias, Hawa. Entiendo que
Thank you, Hama. I now know that Jose Correa is going on with the second part of our speech. You have 5 minutes. Good evening. I am Jose Correa from the collective group Sé Sincero, Be Sincere. I'm speaking in Spanish. I should probably be speaking in Portuguese. I'm José Correa Leite. I'm from collective 6SO. 6SO, that's the name of it, not Be Sincere. Our discussion is about how to support the struggle of the Amazon peoples. This is no easy task. This is a challenge that is put forth to all of us in all parts of the planet. And that means to articulate outside the Amazon region for the battles that are put forth both in solidarity with COVID and the boycott to companies and products that are the result of the depredation of the Amazon, and also the articulation of new standards for consumption, new ways of life, and a new way to relate to the environment, with the nature, and another model of civilization. This articulation of this fight is not an easy task. It implies the articulation of groups, entities, NGOs, political parties, and of all those who are in favor of a change in our society in an anti-system sort of position. We have discussed that this process of the World Assembly should take us to confront or to face the problems of the forest fires that was felt in our countries by all the countries. So let's discuss tomorrow about the work of the Commission, but also, in principle, we have a date, 14th of August, for a continental journey up battle against forest devastation. We have also another call by Corca and IPAN for a world journey for the defense of the Amazon on the 22nd of September, where by the proposition of FOSPA, we discuss a world strike for the Amazon. These proposals are put for discussion tomorrow in the work groups for articulation, but articulated with the work groups for COVID and boycott. The work plan that we are jointly making tomorrow, and all the participants of this assembly, will be a first step towards a convention that will replicate into other assemblies and discussions with hundreds of entities and movements that are involved in our assembly now. The idea is that this should be a first step in a growing spiral movement that can mobilize hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people, which in September, this process will probably have enough strength to move the gears in the world. That's our goal. That's our call. And I thank you all, and I would like to invite you all to participate in our groups that are together building this proposal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose. Thanks to you, humanity is getting to a no-return point, and this moment is a key. Our grandfathers and grandmothers are leaving us, and thank you for your urgency for our planet and our humanity. Amazon Live, world safe. So now I have some instructions for you by Pablo Escobar for instructions about tomorrow. Very good evening to all of you. It's been a long journey here. Yes, for us, it began 2 months ago. A joint group of organizations, COICA, IPAM, FOSPA, in a collective action of academic groups and others, we decided to build an alliance that goes beyond an event. So the most important thing is not this event in itself, but what will come afterwards, and especially the alliance that has been weaved. Today, we heard the different voices, but tomorrow is the day in which we want the participation of all those who have enrolled to the assembly. And as we know that it is not possible for all of us to talk, I'd like to share with you 3,079 people enrolled in the first World Assembly for the Amazon. 3,079 people. How to reach participation in this multitudinary situation. So we'll divide ourselves into 3 groups so that more people can participate in each group, and then ask for the floor and talk. And it won't be like today. There will be a program that will be taken by a magnificent group of voices, yes, but there will be a small introduction and then the possibility that different organizations and different people and activists and collective groups that could not add into the previous or the preparation to this assembly may be able to participate tomorrow, because next week there will be new meetings of the work groups, because we will have to plan the actions for mobilization for the mid-August and the 22nd of September. We'll have to get together to see how the campaign of boycott may be implemented. This is a process that has just begun. This is the first step, and we call it the birth of an alliance that has been built since 2 months ago. There will be a quantum leap as to through the development of this assembly, and with the participation that has been had both through Zoom and by Facebook. And thanks to the translation that has been made to several languages, we would like very much to thank the interpreters that have been supporting us in this task so that we can make a live stream of the event in several languages. You're welcome. So I want to invite those who have not enrolled as yet to enroll in the work groups. We have handed over the link, and we can hand it over again in the chat so that you can participate in all these work groups that will happen in a parallel way tomorrow. The objective is to advance in the consolidation of these 3 campaigns on the impact of COVID, on the boycott, both to the products and to the companies that live from agreements, commercial agreements, and extractivism. And lastly, you can participate in the work group on mobilization, which you have heard of. It'll be a group that will discuss what will the action plan be in the next few months. And there are dates that have been appointed for those actions. That being said, I'd like to thank all of you, and we will go to the closure of this event, which has been organized by the Pan-Amazonic Church Network, and we will have Ecclesiastic Network, and we will have a video made and distributed by Al Repar brothers and sisters. So we will make the closure of this first day of the closure of the World Assembly for the Amazon. Thank you very much. At this time, we will go towards the end of the first day of the World Assembly for the Amazon. And it is a moment to make a review of the resistance of these people in the Amazon, to reinforce the care with yourself, with your next of kin. Denounce ethnocide and predatory extractivism has been destroying our indigenous groups, our territories, and destroying our life. It is important that this path inspires us not only in the act of speaking, but in the act of being quiet. Silence that helps us to hear our inside, our dreams, and the call of Mother Earth. It is important that we rescue the knowledge of traditional indigenous populations. Let's hear with attention the poetry from Huayna Cambeba. Warrior silence. In the indigenous territories, silence is a 1,000-year-old wisdom. We learn to hear more than speak. In the silence of my arrow is my weapon to fight against the enemy, to hear with the heart the voice of nature, the crying of our soil, the singing of water in the dance with the wind asks to be respected. It is necessary to be silent, to think in the solution to stop the white man defending our home, a source of life and beauty for us and for the nation.
flores perfumadas em um só canteiro. É tempo ainda de ver que a esperança não é só uma dança de fumaça pelo ar. Ainda sonho que o sol da nova era, coroando a grande espera, seja a luz de um novo olhar. Eu canto forte esta canção que encerra a comunhão da terra pela soma dos quintais. Mas pergunto ao Criador que fez a gente, por que assim tão diferentes para sermos iguais? Eu canto forte esta canção que encerra a comunhão da terra pela soma dos quintais. Mas pergunto ao Criador que fez a gente, por que assim tão diferentes para sermos iguais?
É nessa comunhão da terra, nas somas dos quintais, que nesse momento queremos trazer em nossa memória, cada um, pensar nos mártires que doaram sua vida na defesa da vida dos povos e da Amazônia. Queremos também pensar nas lideranças, nos povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais e todo o povo pan-amazônico, vítimas de diversas pandemias em nosso território, mas também da pandemia do Covid-19. E diante disso, acreditamos, cremos na esperança, na resistência, na defesa da vida e na garantia dos direitos humanos e da natureza dos amazônicos. Ouçamos o poema de Márcia Cambela.
Do ventre da terra, o grito que vem da Amazônia. Do ventre da terra, que vem
Amazônicas, somos filhas da ribanceira, neta das velhas benzedeiras, deusas da mata molhada, temos no urucum a pele encarnada.
Lavando a roupa no rio Lavadeiras, no corpo gingado de caribozeiras, temos a força da onça pintada, lutamos pela aldeia amada.
Mas viver na cidade não tira o direito de ser. Nação, ancestralidade, sabedoria, cultura. Somos filhos de Nhanderu, Seneru, Nhandeci. O Brasil, a Amazônia, o mundo começou bem aqui.
Não nos sentimos aculturados, temos a memória acesa e vivemos na certeza de que nossa aldeia resistirá sempre ao preconceito do invasor. Somos a voz que ecoa. Resistência? Sim, Senhor.
Da Amazônia.
Buenas noches a todos, adiós, hasta mañana.